it doesn't have to be a doctor. Yes, we do have to follow up with the doctor to get them admitted, but they may need something different, and we are a pile of resources. And so no matter what you come to us for, if you don't qualify for hospice, we're going to figure out what you do need. Maybe if you need home health, we're going to help you get that. If you need help contacting your physician, we're going to help you do that. If you need help with the paperwork, we're going to figure out how to make that happen. And so, just to, maybe you're going to go on our palliative support program, which, you don't really need hospice, but you just need somebody to check in on you. We're going to try to figure that out in a very unique way to whoever needs it. And so I just kind of wanted to share that a little bit. The other thing is that people don't know is they think that you're going to go on hospice and you're going to die. We're going to give you morphine, you're going to be dead. That is not what happens. Yes, pain management is a huge amount of what we do. However, we also have a pretty high live discharge rate, because you might go on to hospice and, our nurse is going to come in, she's going to say, give me that shoebox of your medications. What are you really taking? Because your doctor's not going to know that. You're not reporting every single thing that you've saved and kept. A lot of times when we get those things under control, or maybe even just get your pain under control, then you feel a lot better. We've discharged a 100-year-old patient that lived till 103. It's not necessarily that you're going to die. You may just need to get those symptoms under control, and people don't know that. They think you're going to, if you sign up for hospice, you're going to die within 3 weeks, and it's just not true. So we're constantly trying to combat that. And then, I told you I can talk forever. Heidi's like, we only gave her 5 minutes. The only other thing I wanted to mention is with our Animal Resource Day this year, which is June 6th, Sunny will also be doing advanced directives for pets. So if you have any questions about hospice, because I obviously could go on forever, just give us a call. We're happy to answer any questions, happy to meet with anybody. If anybody has any questions, or you go, that's not what I heard, that's not what Carol said, tell them, call me. I'm happy to talk to anybody as well as my staff is as well.
Perfect. Phew. Thank you so much. So in your packet also, you will find our upcoming events. So that Advanced Directive Pet event, June 6th, is also located there. So there is a couple people that I would like to introduce that are part of the Hospice of Montezuma team. So one of them is Derek Streeter, and he will be speaking about the groups that we offer here. And then Ian Hyde is going to take a moment and go through the art of difficult conversations, because what we're going over today, it's difficult to have these conversations, and he's got some really good tips on how you can start these conversations. So with that, I'll turn it over to Derek. Can I have you put that on your, thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Derek Streeter, and I am the bereavement coordinator here, so I wanted to introduce myself because sadly, one of the unfortunate certainties in life is that all of us are going to lose someone that we care about. Not only for our patients and their families, but for anyone in the community who has experienced a loss, we are going to be here for you. So you have a handout in your folder that looks like this, and that will talk about all of our support groups that we offer. The support groups, all of them are free and welcome to anyone in the community. So if you do have a neighbor, a friend, family member that you think would benefit from some support, please send them our way, have them call me, and I would love to share about our support groups. We also do offer one-on-one counseling to anyone in the community. So whether you've lost a loved one, a pet, maybe you've lost someone to suicide, we have support for those particular things. So we just want to make sure that if you are feeling burdened by your grief, or perhaps you're a caregiver and you're just reaching that point where you're so burned out and you just need someone to talk to, we want to be here for you, okay? So yeah, take a look at this sheet. And then I want to be brief, but we offer a bunch of events throughout the year. And so our upcoming event is a memorial event. It is on May 29th this year, which is a Thursday. And that is open to anyone in the community. So if you've lost someone, not only over the last year, but at any point in your life, and you'd like to remember them and honor them, please come to that event. And we've got a lot of, helpful tips for coping. We have educational pieces as well, and then we'll have an activity for you to memorialize your loved one. So we would love to see you here for that. And then we will be following up with other events throughout the year, like Grief Through the Holidays and the Blue Holiday event later this year. So please, if you know anyone in need, send them my way, have them give me a call. Otherwise, please come and talk to me at the end of the day. I've got plenty of handouts that I can give you if you'd like more information. And yeah, thank you for being here today. You're taking a very huge step in planning for end of life. And no one knows when that's going to come, so it's just very a prudent step for all of you to take care of this today. So thank you for being here.
What's this little deal? Oh, neat.
Yeah.
Okay.
All set.
I think that way people in the far future watching this recording can hear me. Now, as some of you may know, I am the Support Services Director here at Hospice of Montezuma. My name is Ian Hyde. I'm also one of our chaplains, and I am also a local pastor, and what I see is something that I often see in churches where nobody has sat in the front row. You notice that? So just feel like we're already off to a good start. And maybe that's a little bit emblematic of our culture. We live in a very death-phobic culture. It is an uncomfortable subject to talk about for most people. I think there's a little bit of maybe a myth that if you talk about death with your loved ones or preparing for death or even just end of life, it'll make it happen. Has anybody ever encountered that or felt that? I know I have. And so I want to do a little thought experiment this morning, and don't worry, there's no interaction necessary here. But I want you to think about some slightly uncomfortable fact about yourself. Now, I'm not going to make you share this with your neighbor. Don't worry. And it doesn't have to be your deepest, darkest secret, although now that I said that, you're probably thinking about that. But think about this thing, and imagine if you had to tell that to your neighbor. Do your palms get a little sweaty? Does your heart race a little bit? Are you thinking of any possible excuse for why you would not tell your neighbor that fact? Why you would not need to get into that conversation? We often do that with the conversation surrounding death, don't we? We start thinking about it, and our palms get sweaty, and maybe our heart beats a little faster. And we think, well, I know I should talk with, my husband or my wife or my kids or my best friend about this, but maybe I don't need to right now. We can do that down the road. It's on my mind, it's on my agenda, I'll do it later. But we keep doing that over and over and over again. And as many of us discover, life gets in the way, right? Sometimes we get hurt. Sometimes we find our faculties diminished, even our ability to make decisions diminished. And then it's almost too late. And I say almost because it's never really too late to maybe do one more thing, right? But maybe by then we can't set in place the things that we really wanted to. Maybe by then we can't really communicate what we want to with our loved ones. So the fact that you all are here in this room today is a courageous step. I do want to acknowledge that. You got up this morning, you brushed your teeth, I hope. You got here. You didn't make an excuse on why you didn't want to be here. And you're here. And so that already is a courageous first step. You are already on that path towards having that conversation, towards making some really essential plans. So how do we have difficult conversations surrounding death, surrounding dying, surrounding end-of-life care, surrounding what we want to do with our assets or our belongings, or how do we want to communicate our wishes? Well, the first thing you want to do with your family, And I try to organize this as a little bit of a step-by-step. You want to broach the subject, right? That's probably the most difficult step. If anybody here, has anybody here ever been skydiving? Oh, awesome. So what was the most difficult step in skydiving? Okay, interesting. Yeah. Okay. So already that thinking process. See, I would have said the most difficult step is the first step, because then after that you're going down no matter what, right? I mean, you don't have any choices. In a way, having a difficult conversation is the same thing. Now there is pre-planning, so we're going to get into that, right? How are you going to tuck and roll, maybe? But broaching the subject, once you have done that, once you've gotten it out in the open that this is on your heart or in your mind and you want to communicate it to your loved ones, the ball is already rolling. And so when broaching this subject with loved ones, I always like to say, first and foremost, speak from a place of love. If you're taking notes, that's a big one. Speak from a place of love. Emphasize that having this conversation now is a way that you and yours can communicate your love to each other while you are still able. Because again, so many times our thoughts surrounding death and dying and end-of-life care come from a place of fear, right? We're afraid to talk about it. We're afraid that it'll make it happen. We're maybe afraid of the conflicts that'll arise within our families or friends because we have to make some really difficult decisions. But if we emphasize that we are doing this out of a place of love and we want to share this love with others in a way that makes it easier for them so that when that time comes, they feel that love already in place, that can really help. The second thing I'd like to emphasize when broaching the subject is that this can be a happy and hopeful conversation. It doesn't have to be mournful or somber or fearful. This can be time for sharing stories, a time for passing on hard-earned wisdom to loved ones. I mean, that's a really beautiful gift if you get to do that. A time for honoring a unique human life that will never be repeated again, and yet that has changed the world forever. That's something that I really love. We are all blessed to live right now in this time and place, right? In the whole history of humankind, this group of people have never been in the same room together, right? And it probably will never happen again, right? This is a very unique moment. Your life is unique, and your life is worth remembering and honoring. And it's also time for cementing the legacy that we want to speak for us and represent us to future generations. One of the most difficult things with grief is that change in the relationship that happens after death. Our loved one is no longer immediately there. Now, many people find that they are still there in a way, in their memory and their heart, and sometimes people even feel the presence of their loved one. But it is different. But one of the ways that their loved one is still very much a part of this world is in their legacy, and how they are represented in their families to the future. And that's true for each of us too. So keeping those things in mind can help this be something that we anticipate, that we look forward to, as opposed to something that we dread. And then I also recommend using one of the following phrases, because sometimes you just need a little help getting in the right direction. If you don't even know anything about what to say to your husband, your wife, your kids, your friend, I need your help with making some important decisions. Right? That's one thing you can say. Can you and I have a conversation about, my finances, what I want to have happen if I can't make my decisions anymore, how we want to organize my celebration of life. Do you remember when so-and-so passed? Everyone here knows somebody who has passed. Do you think that their wishes and priorities were honored? I think it's time we start making preparations for me. Will you help me think about my future, right? That's a nice open-ended question to begin the conversation. Or even though I'm okay now, none of us knows what the future holds, but we can prepare for possibilities. Can we talk about some things that matter to me? And again, it's that kind of hopeful aspect. It's not meant to raise alarm bells like, oh no, mom is calling me up and she's talking about dying, what do I do, right? It's meant to just be, a preparation for down the road so that everything's in place, so that everyone can experience that love and take that journey together without some of the unfortunate struggle and conflict that sometimes happens. And then the last thing with broaching the subject, I would say anticipate some resistance. Sometimes people are like, oh, no, we don't need to talk about that now, or no, Dad, I already know what you want, and no, I don't even want to think about that, right? I think that's a common one. I don't want to think about that right now. And I would just say be firm and calmly insist that now is the time to prepare, while you can still make your wishes known, right? And then we go on to the next step. So that's broaching the conversation. That might be a phone call, that might be meeting them in person, whatever it is, but that's the beginning process. Now the next step, because it can't just stop there, right? You can't just say, hey, I want to talk about our future, let's do this sometime. And then you walk away, then you don't talk about it for 5 years, right? Or 10 years, or whatever it is. You have to move on to the next step. Each of these kind of flows into the other. So step 2, after broaching the subject, is schedule the conversation. And it's just like the old instructions on how to write a good article that you may have learned in grade school. You want to include the who, the what, the where, and the when. Maybe the why, but I think that probably started already with the beginning of the conversation. But decide who needs to be there, who will feel left out if not invited. The conversations need to be scheduled individually before meeting as a group, because sometimes group dynamics in families are complicated. Sometimes people don't get along. Which family members don't get along? Which loved ones might come out of the woodwork to ensure that they have a say in my loved one's care? Who do you already have in mind in certain roles? So maybe you already know someone that you would like to be your executor or your MPOA or your legal power of attorney or your funeral planner, or even just somebody to read a poem at your celebration of life or play a song. Who tends to support you when times are difficult? And who among your loved ones is the most organized? So kind of already maybe having a little bit of an idea of the who, and then making sure that they are included in the process in some way. Maybe they aren't at that initial meeting, but making sure that they're included, and again, in a way that communicates love. 2 is what. So we got the who, we got the what. What items are most important for us to plan? Do there need to be follow-up meetings scheduled to tackle topics individually? So this is a huge topic, right? The end-of-life conversations. You can cover so much ground, and it may not be wise to try to cram it all into one meeting. So you might have an end-of-life care meeting. How do you want to be cared for at end of life? Do you want to remain in the home as long as possible? I think that's a common wish that people have. Under what conditions would you be all right with going to a care facility? Right? Because sometimes you can say, I want to be at home as long as possible. But what if you get to the point where you're not communicative, or you're starting fires in your living room, or you're running out of the house naked? I mean, these things sometimes do happen at end of life, right? So what are the conditions where you tell your family, okay, if this starts happening, it's okay for you to maybe seek outside care or bring people into the home or whatever it is. You may want to have a finances meeting. What will happen with investments in property? What about sentimental objects? What will be sold or will likely be donated or carted away? Now again, there's a certain amount of trust here, because as the individual, once you die, you'll have a will. You have certain things that maybe can speak for you. You may have an executor, somebody that you trust, but it is out of your hands. So one of the things I often focus on as I'm just making sure I don't go over, as a chaplain, is that you want to make sure that you're at peace with that trust. That you do have to trust others, because if you don't, this will be really hard. But figure out what of your possessions you would like to have go to whom. Maybe figure out if they really want those things. And then figure out backup plans for those things as well. You might want a funeral planning, celebration of life planning meeting. What funeral home do you want to use? Our local funeral home here is Hertel's, and they're really wonderful. Do you want to be cremated? I know the representative from Hertel's might talk about cremation authorization a little bit later, and why that can be very important. Do you want to be buried? Do you want a service? Do you want a family gathering or special trip? Do you want donations or memorial gifts to go to a charity? Do you want some special songs, poems, scriptures, or readings to be included in whatever you plan? Who do you want to speak and contribute? So all of those are questions just around that funeral process, right? So I think you can see why these would start to be individual meetings instead of just one huge conglomerate meeting. And then you want to decide where. Where should we meet? Where am I most comfortable talking? That might be just at home, you know, around your living room table. Maybe it's Denny's, I don't know. Maybe it's down at the park, outside, you know, where it's bright and sunny, and it kind of just affects the mood. Where are my documents stored? So again, in some of these conversations, questions might come up, well where's the deed to the house, or the title to the car, or do you have a safety deposit box? How do we get, understanding where all of your documents are stored, and potentially maybe having them at the meeting if you need them to be there, or at least accessible. Where are my passwords, online accounts, essential phone numbers kept? That's something a lot of people don't think about, but we live in a very interconnected world with the internet. What happens to my Facebook when I die? What happens to my Robinhood account where I keep losing money on bad investments? Who gets that? How do they get into that? You know, what happens with that? And then finally, this may be the most important one. I mean, they're all very important, right? But the when. When should the meeting take place? Will you or others be tired from the day? Sometimes it's not a good idea to meet in the evening because everybody's already worn out and maybe a little annoyed. Is it a busy time of the week or the month or the year? You know, for me, Easter is this weekend. This is a very busy week for me. This would not be a good time to start asking me about my finances or something. I wouldn't have time for it. Is the holiday coming up? You want to give yourself and your family enough time to prepare, right? But you also don't want to put it off. Even one important decision made now is better than no important decisions being made later. So set a date and stick to it. You know, once you figure out the when, the who, what, when, and where, set that date and make sure that you follow through. And then next, you know, before the conversation, go into the conversation well rested. Do any of you all remember that Snickers commercial where it's like a high school girl studying for a test and she turns into Joe Pesci because she's really hungry and she gets like really angry, and so they give her Snickers and she calms down? So when you go into this meeting, make sure you get a good night's sleep beforehand. If you can, eat a good breakfast, brew some coffee, drink some water, maybe some tea, something that just helps you feel calm and ready to talk about these things. Go into the conversation well prepared. Make goals. What matters most to you at the end of life? So maybe you've decided which subjects you want to tackle that meeting, or maybe just one subject. Then make goals for that meeting. So if it's, you know, end of life care, you may want to talk about pain management. Maybe that is most important to you at end of life. Or like I said, maybe staying in the home or whatever it is. What do you want to avoid? How do you want to be remembered? And then, again, what documents do you need? We have, I think Dr. Bugsby is going to speak to this later, but this is the Colorado Most form. It goes into a lot of end-of-life care wishes, like CPR, feeding tubes, things like that. But this is a great way to broach the subject. If you don't even know where to begin, just grab this form and then be like, okay, block A, it's asking me about this. Oh, okay, I do want that, or I don't want that, whatever it is. So I don't want to steal Dr. Busby's thunder, so I'm going to put that away, but she will go into that later. But that's a great one to use for that kind of a meeting. We also have this little booklet, I think, in your packets, Your Right to Make Healthcare Decisions. And again, we'll have a speaker talk about living wills and DNRs and some of the other things. There are some forms in there that you can use. And the 5 wishes is a more in-depth document, and it's even a little bit more of a legal document. But again, it can definitely be used to guide that conversation. So having those documents ready, if you already have a living will or a living trust or last will and testament, or you want to make those things, and so you know, that's the subject of the meeting, bring whatever documents you need. Develop a checklist of what you want to accomplish. There are living will checklists online or last will and testament checklists that you can print off and you can answer questions and use that as a guide. Use available resources. We have resources here at Hospice in Montezuma. There are things online again, we can kind of help you with that. If need be, ask one trusted person to be your spokesperson to lead the meeting. Sometimes you know your wishes, but you have a hard time bringing them up in a group setting or with all the people there, but you could have somebody advocate for you. And then finally, and this is a big one, don't wait till the last minute. Many of us procrastinate when it comes to big decisions, but procrastination allows the very fear that we're trying to avoid to overwhelm us. So preparation builds confidence, confidence builds agency, and the affirmation of your agency as an individual builds resiliency when new challenges arrive. So prepare ahead of time. You'll feel more confident going into that. During the conversation, maybe open with a written or recorded statement or begin with a story. Make sure you stick to that checklist that you prepared ahead of time. Use those worksheets that you've printed off. And this is a big one. If necessary, just make one decision. If the meeting starts to get out of hand, if you start getting worried or trying to cram too much in there, just make one decision, communicate one idea, create one next step, and that'll be enough. And then know when to stop. When you're all tired, maybe if an argument happened, take a break. But make sure that you meet together again. Create an action plan for the next steps and set a date to complete it. Do I have just 1 minute? Okay. The last little bit here, that's during the conversation, after the conversation, because this is still very important. It can be so great that you had the conversation, but if nothing happens from it, then nothing got done, really. So after the conversation, you want to make sure that you follow up. Visit, tour, or volunteer at care facilities. That's a great way to get to know what's in your area. Maybe allay some of your fears or figure out what you really want or don't want at end of life. Schedule and keep follow-up appointments with those trusted loved ones for those future meetings. Complete actions or changes that came up at the meeting. So if you figure out you have a safety deposit box and you realize that if you die, nobody can get into that because it goes to probate, maybe get the things out of that safety deposit box. That's just one example. Or joint ownership, if you need to put a loved one on the title of your house so that it stays out of probate and it goes directly to them. As needed, apply for Medicare or Medicaid if you're a veteran. I recommend reaching out to Travis Parker at the Montezuma County Veteran Services or the DAV. Make sure you get enrolled in VA healthcare and learn about their benefits. And then finally, schedule legal counsel as need be. You know, if you need to get that 5 wishes notarized or that will completed, that's something you can do for the next step. So this is a process. Usually the conversation isn't a one and done thing, it's just the start. And it's a journey. But you can be confident that even if you communicate that one idea, do that one thing, complete that one action step, you've already accomplished more than many people ever get around to. Finally, Hospice of Montezuma, we are here for you. We can provide one-on-one counseling. We can help you develop these checklists, these action plans, help you figure out what you want at end of life or at death. And then we can also connect you to community resources. We can help you access online forums or get you some of these other documents and things that we've talked about. And we also offer community education and support. This is one of those events, but we also have SWEEP, which is the first Monday of the month. That's the Senior Wellness Education and Empowerment Program. That's free. That's at 9:30, I think, the first Monday of the month. And there's always wonderful guest speakers to that. And we have caregiver support groups that meet on the second Wednesday of the month at 1:30 p.m., 1 p.m., thank you. And we have a women's bereavement support group that meets the fourth Wednesday of the month at 1 p.m. And we have a men's support group that meets every Friday afternoon at 2. So I do have other resources later if you want any of these forms or these checklists, or even a copy of a conversation starter guide that can be really helpful. Make sure to give your email to Heidi, and I will make sure that I get this to you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ian.
Yeah.
Thank you. Here, I'll grab that.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, you bet. All right. So we're going to try to stay on schedule today because it is a long day and it is a lot of information. So if anybody has questions for any of the speakers afterwards, I do have a sheet that you can sign up, and those speakers will contact you if you have any further questions. So I would like to introduce Katrina Weiss. Katrina achieved her master's degree from NMSU in 2006 and has also obtained professional designations in the insurance and financial service industry throughout her career. She is from Hobbs, New Mexico, but now calls Cortez home and has for close to 5 years. Katrina is a State Farm agent at 15 North Chestnut Street. Her expertise and passion are helping clients ease the financial burden of losing a loved one and offer planning with financial expense life insurance. This type of coverage provides guaranteed death benefits loved ones can use for funeral costs, medical bills, or whatever else they might need. Katrina has been with State Farm for 14 years, 11 as an agent and 3 in management. She is currently pursuing her Certified Senior Advisor designation to help retirees and pre-retirees navigate the complexities of what should be their golden years. In her opinion, her clients deserve peace of mind. Ms. Weiss has been married to her wonderful husband, Michael, for 33 years and has 3 grown daughters and a granddaughter who all live in Texas. She and Michael are a family business and fully licensed agent, and we appreciate her coming today, so please give her a warm welcome. Good morning. And if I could have you wear this mic on your lapel, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much. I'll get this out of here so you can have some space.
Thank you.
You bet.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. Before I go into the professional side, I just wanted to kind of give some backstory on why I was happy to be here today. Right before Heidi called me, my mother-in-law, who is 86, went into the emergency room. And my husband is from San Antonio, Texas. That's where he grew up. So we jumped in the car and drove 15 hours. Never do that again. Because my brother-in-law, who is her primary caregiver, was unsure of her condition, if she was going to regain consciousness. And my husband said, let's wait. And I said, no, we can't wait. Let's just go. If she ends up being fine, then great. And she was in the hospital for about 5 days. She's had 2 valves in her heart, and they've never done a 3rd one, and it's never been done. So she's in that spot right now where they're deciding if they're going to give her a 3rd valve. And so we were there about 4 or 5 days, and while we were there, his brother and sister don't speak. So what Ian was talking about, what everybody's been talking about, really hit home with me, because illness and death don't always bring out the best in people. And so this kind of thing is so crucial. In addition to that, I have a lot of clients and customers who have moved here, like I have, in their later years, and their kids may live back east, you know, and then there's a lot more considerations about everything if you're not within a day's drive. So long story short, she's doing better. She's home with my brother-in-law, but he was overwhelmed, so we were able to get her some home health. She has a great Medicare supplement, insurance talk. And so we came home, started settling back in after a whirlwind, and then my mom fell. And she's 90. She lives in Ruidoso, New Mexico, which at least is only 6 hours. So I was preparing to jump in the car again, and they released her from the emergency room immediately. I have a brother and sister who live in the same town with her, so they graciously check in on her and take her to her doctor's appointments and stuff. But it's just an example of how we can never predict life. These conversations need to happen before the fall, before the unconsciousness, before the ER, and may need to be mediated, like my brother-in-law and my sister-in-law, because they don't speak. My mom is the example I'm going to use, because this product that Heidi mentioned, our final expense policy, I was shocked actually when State Farm brought it out, because it's a guarantee issue. So you can literally have cancer and still have this policy. There's no underwriting. When I wrote my mom's, her version of final expense, it was when I first became a State Farm agent, we didn't have this product. And so she did a regular universal life insurance policy. And she's kind of a natural person. She doesn't take prescription drugs. She takes a lot of vitamins. She exercises, super healthy, probably healthier than me at 90. But she was a medical ghost. And I don't know if you know what that means, but if you don't go to your doctor regularly, if you're not on prescription pills, if you're not constantly in touch with the medical community, life insurance doesn't want to insure you because you're healthy, but there's no record of it. So it took me about 4 months to get her life insurance policy issued. And so this guarantee final expense is an amazing product because all you have to do is prove your identity. If you have a driver's license or a state ID, there's no medical questions. We don't ask your height, weight. We don't ask about prescription drugs. We put your driver's license or your ID number in your date of birth. You're found in some system, and it issues immediately. And so a lot of you in here may already have a life insurance policy, and that's great. I hope you do, because getting it younger means it's much cheaper. I do have the price sheet with me if anybody wants to know on the break what your range would be at your age, your gender. But there's no discrimination on habits or medical conditions or anything like that. And I know I'm here to talk about life insurance today, but I'm very passionate about other insurance because a lot of my clients are the average age in this room. I inherited the book of business from Dennis Morita, and he was an agent for 36 years. And so the majority of my client base is the age of everybody in here. And what I've seen, excuse me, is a spouse passes away. The other spouse has no idea how much the insurance costs, where it is, what they have insured, all that stuff. And you're already grieving, and then you have to deal with all this other stuff. So these conversations are so crucial. In fact, Ian mentioned your home title. So this is just another aside because the insurance industry right now, especially homeowners insurance in Colorado, is in a state of chaos at the moment because of wildfires and things like that. So we've started reaching out to our widows and widowers and suggesting that they add a child or a relative that they trust to their home, to their auto, because once you pass away, it goes to probate, as he mentioned. But also, even if it doesn't go to probate, we have to rewrite it in a new person's name, and they may not be eligible, or the cost may be untenable. There's all kinds of considerations that it really behooves you, if you love your heirs, to get all this settled before you're incapacitated. We cannot talk to adult children or make changes to your insurance if you're in a coma unless they have a power of attorney. We're not allowed to talk to anybody except the named insured on the policy. And so getting these things settled prior to any kind of health condition or death is so important. And even if you're not my customer, I am glad to sit down with you and advise you on the best routes to take with that. Like as Heidi mentioned, we're right behind Pippo's on Chestnut. And the last thing I wanted to leave you with is if you do have life insurance in place already, do a beneficiary check. Part of the controversy around both my mother-in-law and my mother, they're both on their second marriage. And that can bring in confusion and more emotional issues and who's the money going to go to? This person's kids or this person's kids? So even if you have life insurance, check the beneficiary and is it taking care of kids and stepkids? Is it going to pay for your funeral? And I'm happy to talk to you about this policy. It's $10,000 to $15,000. It's available to anybody between the ages of 45 and 80. And like I said, it's an instant issue. And it's also a whole life policy. So what that means is the premium you're paying in earns interest. So there's cash value on top of the face value, and the price never changes. So when you sign up, that's the price it's going to be the rest of your life. So do a beneficiary check. Check your insurance policies on your home, your auto, any insurance that you have, and maybe start to identify one or more children that you could trust to put on there with you so that it's a smooth transition, even if you're incapacitated. And if you are on a second or third marriage, then it's even more crucial to check your beneficiaries, because you may still have your first husband on there, or something, or one of your parents who's no longer with us. And so that can muddy the waters when a life insurance goes to pay out. If the beneficiary isn't listed properly or isn't someone that you still want to get the money, that's why it's a good idea to do a check on all your insurance policies. So that's all I have for you today. Thank you for your attention. Sure.
Do you mind
Not
taking
at all.
questions?
Not at all.
Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Do you mind if I hand you the microphone so everybody can hear?
You mentioned the home time of having somebody else on with you. Is this something you should do, or is it going to cause problems with them taking over?
Do you want me to take that? That's why you definitely want to pick someone that you trust. And it also depends on if there's a mortgage, because if there's a mortgage, then you would have to add that person to your loan as well. So yes, there's lots of things to consider. And so if that's running through your mind, or make an appointment, I'm glad to sit down with you and talk through that with you.
Yeah, because I've wondered about that. I do have a very small mortgage on it, but it's about $20,000 now. Of course, I don't know how much longer I'm going to live. Maybe it'll be paid off by then, but who knows?
And I'm glad you said that, because another thing I'd like to mention is call your insurance agent and give them an emergency contact. Like I said, we inherited this agency that was with the other agent for 36 years. So we're missing emails, we're missing phone numbers. We don't know who the children are. So if your insurance agent has the name of one trusted person and their phone number, and you didn't pay your bill because you've been in the hospital, they have somebody to contact to let them know this insurance is going to lapse because we haven't had the bill paid.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions that can be answered? So you will see Katrina's information in your folder that you have. It's, oh, yep. It's okay, no worries at all.
Are we going to have a card for you and for some of these other people that we can reach?
It is in your blue. Yes, ma'am. You've got all that information. So, like she was saying, that if you need to make an appointment or schedule, you've got her contact information. So, and her office, like she said, is right behind Pippo's.
So if you're having breakfast, just pop in afterwards.
There you go. And Pippo's is always a great place to have breakfast. Their biscuits and gravy are the best. So, all right. Well, thank you for coming today. We appreciate it. All right. So, I am going to take this opportunity. So, we have a sheet here with us today, and it's a Let's Stay Connected sheet. So, as everybody, all the other speakers have alluded to, Hospice of Montezuma hosts a lot of different events throughout the year. They can be very helpful to people in the community. We send out a once monthly newsletter, and it is only once a month. So we will not bombard you with emails. We will not do any of those types of things. And then there is a space on this particular sheet also that says speaker you would like more information from or to schedule an appointment with. So if there is a speaker that is here today that you would like to schedule an appointment with or gather more information from, you can put that person's name here, and I will make sure to get that out to those offices so that they can contact you for further information, okay? So I will go ahead and pass this around. And if you aren't sure, excuse excuse me, if you aren't sure yet which speakers you'd like to gather more information from, we can wait till the end of the day and just set it over on the table there, and then you can go ahead and fill in that information in those slots so that we can get it taken care of. But at this point, we're gonna go ahead and take a short break. So restrooms, if anyone needs restrooms, if you go directly through this door, there is a restroom. I'm sorry, just one moment. It's okay. Oh, yeah, for sure. So there is a restroom on this side, and then if you take an immediate left, there is another restroom on this side, so there's 2 of those. We also have a scooter that was donated to Hospice of Montezuma. It's located right over here next, or behind Miss Good. So this scooter, if anybody you know, if you need a scooter, it is a mobility scooter. We get a lot of donations from our very generous community. So this scooter is up for grabs if anybody you know needs it or yourself. And another thing that we have here at Hospice of Montezuma that sets us a little bit apart from some of the other providers is we have a DME library. And what that means is durable medical equipment. So if you're having a surgical procedure, if unfortunately you fall and break a leg, any of those types of things, please call our office before you go buy new materials. We usually have those items available for loan to the community free of charge. Okay, if somebody you know needs a shower chair, bedside commodes, I mean, the sky's the limit. We get all kinds of donations from our great community. And the reason that we have this is for people's use. So feel free to contact our office and check to see if we have some of those things. We have people come in very often that say, I'm having knee surgery in 2 weeks and I'm looking for a assisted walker. And we're happy to lend those out. So before you buy, always make sure to check in with us first because we usually have those for loan to the community. Okay, without that, we'll reconvene in probably about 10 minutes, so feel free to use the restroom, grab some more refreshments, and just chat amongst yourselves, or if you have any questions that you would like to ask Katrina, not in front of the audience, she's still available. So, thank you. Derek volunteered, but I told your mom that before she put your name on there, because she goes, what if somebody takes it away? Like, you better trust me.
She said Susan called her to talk, and I was like, tell her to call Susan, I want to talk about it. It was so funny, I know, and Karen was like, she was saying, have her call me, I love that, and I'm like, I will next time. I know, I was like, I know, what is wrong with me, I am stressed. I know. I know. Well, and I are listening to sisters for so many years. I mean, I don't care. You're gonna outlive. Yes. I'll go see if they're doing okay. Well, and I was thinking, that's the way. Well, you don't believe that they're gonna cancel all the taxes. Okay.
I usually do my stuff in and I'll go, you know, those switch to reason.
So when Harold was talking about you learn something new every time you go up here. Oh, yeah. Is it going well? Very well. I should have invited my neighbor. So we usually do it annually, and so it should be, we'll have like weeks that are going to go. Last year, I just don't think that's so we're trying, you know, find some ways to try it. You know, we find people like get their work, you know, you know, as much as that is possible. So, yeah, so you have to say that these others have to call, and we'll figure out what's going to be. Okay. That's a good one. No. No, well, yeah. Yeah, lots of people need it, it's just hard to, you know, find a way to get it out. So she's 80 and it usually takes you a couple times to get all of the information, because you know what happens is I'll hear one piece and I'll be looking about that one, and then I'll be like, oh wait, I missed what they just said. Yeah, so, she had to hear about this one today. Oh, I got an email. So we should be able to get that. When we do the next one.
You're good to go. So yeah, next step will be
Okay, you got it, and I will send these out, and I will make sure to thank you.
If you can remember my name, Carol says hello.
Yes, yes, yes. So, Ethan, are you enjoying so far?
Yes, I wish I had asked my neighbor to come with me. I can't talk about everything I happen.
Well, we're gonna do it again.
It's good. Joyce Stevenson, we have
All right.
met my husband and
Do you need anything, or are you good?
support the cancer resources. And I had the same experience when there was gathering at the nonprofit cancer resource lines. I don't want to talk to you. Thanks for having us. Right. In the middle of working routine is this, so this is good. Makers, I won't bring me more.
Thank you.
Knee replacements and hip replacements, and we always tell our friends.
Do you know much about the dad? I don't either. I will mention that Renee is here with us today. She was our skydiver. Yeah, so she represents the dad, and she wanted to mention that she's available for any of our veterans. We might have some here with us today. I don't know. Put her card out so that is available.
Heidi, did we want this to start going around? The Let's Stay Connected?
And then I'll let you go ahead and do a drawing if you want.
Okay.
I'll just say we're going to go ahead and do our first drawing to come back from break. And you can just draw a name and then we'll give away an item.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's that? I think they're 10. 10 or 15. I think it's 10. Hello.
She just said it in joke.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone else is.
Yeah, you're probably right. Not yet. I think there's another person in there right now. Heidi, am I going to introduce Keenan?
Sure.
Do you have something to read off?
I do.
Okay.
You want? Oh, except it is kind of geared personal sense.
Okay, so then I can just turn it over to you to introduce
Okay.
him after that. Yeah.
Well, or you can just cut out some of the parts. If I were to sum Keenan up in a few words, loyal friend and good listener.
Yeah, I
You
think
can throw
I'll
that
turn
in
it
there.
over to you.
Sure.
Yeah. She's like,
He's all,
how does this guy know me?
really?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oops, yeah, pardon me.
All right. Okay.
I think we might have.
I think we do have everyone, don't we?
I think so. Okay.
The lady right here, we're missing.
All right. Yep. Okay.
So she was doing the bathroom as well.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
I'll get one going to the bathroom now.
That's it.
Yeah.
Like we've actually.
Yeah, we're still ahead of schedule. Yeah.
Last year, people were going over, and I'm like,
Yeah, you're like,
so.
okay.
But I think we're okay.
Yeah.
And you did good this morning.
Well, I just rushed through it, and I was just like, well, there's stuff I didn't even talk about, so now we got a little extra time.
And that was kind of where I was this morning. A little bit too, because Jenny was having some issues.
Dang.
Make sure I didn't have the mic on.
Okay.
I was trying to about getting out.
Dang.
So he was on the phone with his dad, and I'm like, so that kind of started off
Yeah, that's rough.
a little bumpy. but
Yeah.
What do you do?
Yeah. All right.
That I'm going to be getting a driver's permit for my 15-year-old son.
That's, yeah, well, that's wild.
Oh,
You're like, how did this
like,
happen?
you seriously feel like you own, and it's just, and then you sound like your parents, because you never believed your parents when they were like, it just flies by.
Yeah, and then
Now
you
I
have
sound
one, and
like
then you're like, okay, yeah.
We'll wait for our one more, and then
Yep.
we can get going again.
Yep. Okay, so I'm just talking about Renee being here and that her cards are available.
Yep, cards are available. She's a representative for the disabled veterans.
Okay.
Yeah.
They don't hear that. We have that one.
Too long, but we've got till 10. So we've still got 10 minutes. That should
So, yeah, if I have 5 minutes to talk about, it'll be
and
good.
everybody's visiting, so.
Yeah. All right.
We used to go to one spot pretty regularly.
All righty, we're going to get going again, everybody. First, I would like to do a raffle, so if you have your tickets, well, actually, your names are on the tickets, so that's all we got to do. Okay, so our first gift today is going to Isla Starks. Yeah.
Excellent. So our friends at Ziggy's generously donated some gift cards for today. So if you go in and use your gift card, just make sure to tell them this. And there's a little hospice and want to do my medical kit too that you can have in your purse. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm available for coffee.
I'll make sure to see if I can find you next.
Okay, and I did want to mention that Renee King is here with us this morning, and she represents the DAV. So if we have any veterans in the house, or if you know any veterans, Renee is free to talk to. So yes, please seek out Renee, and we have some cards for her, so we'll leave them over on this table, okay? All right, before we get to our next speaker, I just wanted to say a little bit more about the bereavement program because I whizzed through it earlier. I just didn't want to take too much time, but now we are a little bit ahead of schedule, so I just wanted to kind of go through like the whole process. So for our patients, I'm the bereavement coordinator, so I will meet them during the admission process, and that is so that I can meet the patient and family members like as soon as we can, because a lot of people will decline bereavement support, and I understand that entirely. I mean, if you're just getting to meet me, you probably don't want to talk to me about like what's really paining you, and I understand that. But the earlier I can get in and establish trust and rapport with people, I think the more likely it is that they'll be willing to open up and share about their grief and all that they're going through. I know, like personally, that suppressing your emotions, all that does is affects other aspects of your life. The way I like to view it is suppressing emotions provides temporary relief, but leads to long-term pain. And if you actually are willing to open up and talk about your grief, there is going to be that temporary pain because it is painful in the moment to talk about what you're going through, but it provides long-term relief. And that's really what I'm going for. I want to be here to support not only our patients and their families, but all community members that are struggling with loss. So we do have a community bereavement program as well. So if you know anyone or even you are struggling with the loss, please reach out. Frequencies of calls or appointments will be determined by your need and then by my availability. So I just want to be here to help as many people as possible. So if you know anyone that's struggling with not only loss of someone that has died, but maybe loss of independence, loss of the life that you once knew, I want to help you through it. So yeah, please, I have, like I said, I have a handout that if anyone wants it, please come and talk to me. I would be happy to share with you and talk with you about however I can support you. The last thing I want to mention is we do have a children's bereavement program that we're working on enhancing right now. So we have a lending library of books that are great for children that are grieving, and that's right over through this door. And those are books that can be checked out, and that's available to anyone in the community. So if you know any children that are struggling with grief, please send them to us and we can get those books checked out. It's just super important because children learn how to grieve from their parents, from their guardians, and if their guardians are not going to open up about grief, it's very likely that they won't either. And I mean, being a part of this job and doing bereavement support, I just know how helpful it is for people when they actually do talk about it. You don't have to do it alone. You don't have to keep everything inside and pretend, nope, it's not affecting me. I'm strong. I don't need to talk about it. It is going to affect you whether you want it to or not. So yeah, I just hope that people are willing to embrace that grief is a real thing and it does affect you. So thank you for your time and listening to that. I'm going to hand it over to Heidi now, who is up. Judy, yes.
I'd like to make a comment
Sure.
that in my experience, maybe Mary
Can everyone hear Judy okay? Judy, do you mind taking the second microphone here? So that everybody can hear you? Let's see now. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
in my experience, I found that often it's the caregiver or the parents or grandparents, like if working with children and grief, that they'll say, oh, he's fine, she's not saying anything. And so I just kind of want to keep that in mind, that sometimes we don't let the kids grieve because we think, well, they're okay, they're doing okay in school, they're still playing, they're not crying. But
Yeah.
I just wanted to make that comment.
Yeah, thank you, Judy. That's super important to point out. Because, yeah, a lot of people have a great way of, like, not displaying that it's affecting them. But, I mean, if these things are never resolved, then it will accumulate later, like, for future losses. Okay.
Yes, from personal experience, my first husband passed. I held it all inside because I wanted to be ready for him. And months and months later, even years later, I had a lot of health problems from that. And they said it went back to not letting the grief come out. So I agree, it's very important.
Thank you for sharing. I will turn it over to Heidi now, who will introduce our next speaker, and I'll come get the mic from you.
Sorry, I keep forgetting. We're doing a little switcheroo on the microphone here. So, let me introduce our next speaker today. Keenan Lovett is our next speaker today. He joined McCabe and Lovett in 2013, and he received his BA from CSU in 2007, and continued his education at Thomas M. Cooley Law School, where he was on the Dean's List and received Certificate of Merit in Criminal Law and Advanced Legal Writing and Trial Skills. He has a passion for advocating for his client's best interest. Having been born and raised in Southwest Colorado and a lifelong resident of Montezuma County, he possesses a strong sense of community and enjoys giving back to the community that raised him. Keenan is involved in multiple organizations, including coaching basketball for local youth teams, the Four Corners Bar Association, and volunteering as a board member here at Hospice in Montezuma. If Keenan had to describe himself in 5 words, they would be faith, family, honest, professional, and golf. If I were to sum Keenan up in a few words, loyal friend and good listener would come to the top of the list. Golf also comes to mind. He believes that preparation is the mother of success, and advanced directives is just that, preparation for success. Keenan, Sarah, and their 2 beautiful daughters live here in Cortez and are extremely active in the community. If you please give Keenan a warm welcome.
Thank you, Heidi.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm not too sure I'll need this, so I'm gonna.
Oh, the secondary microphone?
Good morning. Thank you all for coming. If you do have a hard time hearing me at any point, just let me know. I'll try to talk a little bit louder, but generally my voice carries. So thank you, Heidi, and thank you, everybody who put so much effort into this day. I know as a board member for Hospice, this is always a big day for Hospice and our efforts to reach out to the community and inform people about what Hospice does, as well as try to provide the community members with a lot of information from a lot of very informative and knowledgeable local professionals. So thank you all for coming. And I know today is centered around advanced directives, which in our world, what we generally really look at when we say the term advanced directives is more documentation along the medical side of things. Living wills, the most form, 7 wishes, and Dr. Kelly Busby will be going into those a little bit more later on. But also from the advanced directives, when we talk about just planning for the future, what we deal with at our office a lot more is your powers of attorney, and then your estate planning documents, which the estate planning documents can be a combination of different documents and a multitude of different estate planning vehicles to ensure that you pass on your legacy accordingly and your desires. So that's kind of the area I'm going to be focused on more today, and I'm going to try to get through this somewhat quickly because I know that there's usually a lot of questions, so I'll really try to leave time for that at the end. And we'll start with powers of attorney. One thing that I hear a lot specific to power of attorney is, well, I'm mom's power of attorney, I'm dad's power of attorney, so that kind of gives me a say-so with what happens with their assets upon passing. In Colorado and most states, powers of attorney cannot survive death. It does not matter how they're written. It does not matter if you put in there it survives death. Statutorily, powers of attorney do not survive death, okay? Upon passing, that's when we move to your will, we move to your trust agreement, whatever your estate planning tool is, that's where we move upon passing. So power of attorney, when we are discussing that, we are talking about you appointing somebody during your life to make decisions on your behalf, okay? And those powers of attorney can come in a lot of different forms. We generally try to separate it out into a power of attorney specific to making medical care decisions on your behalf, as well as a power of attorney that's more centered around making business or financial decisions on your behalf. And we separate them out because oftentimes you have different trusted individuals in your life that have different strengths. I have a sister-in-law who is very often put in our powers of attorney because she's a nurse practitioner. And so she has a lot of knowledge in that world where I've utilized other individuals, and of course this is after my spouse, but I've utilized other individuals in my durable financial power of attorney because they have strengths more in the business and the property world. So when I say the powers of attorney can come in different forms, many powers of attorney, and there is a state power of attorney form both for medical and your durable financial. That form has a statement in it that it does not become effective. That person that you're giving that power over you to make decisions, that document, that form states that it's not effective. They have no decision-making ability on your behalf until you are deemed incapacitated, okay? So generally that's going to come from a medical care professional. And so we have other powers of attorney that are written in a way that they are effective upon execution. They do not require you to be deemed incapacitated for that specific power of attorney to become effective. So when I say different types of powers of attorney, I'm really referring to how and when they become effective and actually provide your trusted individuals with the opportunity to make decisions on your behalf. From my perspective, I generally try to encourage my clients to make their powers of attorney, whether it be medical or the financial, effective upon execution. And I always get the concern, you mean they can make decisions on my behalf now? Yeah, that is what that means. From my perspective, you're putting people, the people you place in your power of attorney are trusted individuals. Okay, so I'm going to start there. And if you would trust them while you're incapacitated, well, go ahead and trust them while you're still of sound mind. You are taking they would have that current ability to make decisions. But the issues that we see frequently with people who have utilized the power of attorney that is not effective until incapacity is there's always that gray area of getting somebody deemed incapacitated. You're now relying on a third party to make that determination. And that determination in the event of a very specific event, like maybe an automobile accident where you or the principal may become very obviously incapacitated, they're possibly in a coma. That deeming of incapacity is a pretty easy task for your trusted individuals to get accomplished. Where we see the issues arise, which is very often where we're seeing the need for a power of attorney, is the slower progressing cognitive related disorders in which dementia, Alzheimer's, and when you put a doctor in there to deem somebody incapacitated and that individual is kind of having a better day and they don't really seem like they're struggling with their memory or their understanding of their affairs, your loved ones may not be able to get that determination of incapacity. Your loved ones who are with you every single day, they know your struggles. I'm not talking about any of you, but the person who is possibly really needing a power of attorney, their loved ones are seeing them on a daily basis, and they understand the struggles that individual is going through, and they understand that they really need to be taking over as power of attorney, but they're struggling getting that document saying that they're incapacitated. And so, again, it's always, situational based, and some people, even after I talk to them about it, they don't want their power of attorney effective until they're deemed incapacitated, and that's okay. We try to guide people another direction, and I think, again, I'll always go back to, if you're willing to appoint somebody in that role, and you would trust them when you truly are incapacitated, well, again, trust them while you're of sound mind. Because you have the ability to protect yourself then. If they really do something that you don't like on your behalf, you can remove them. Powers of attorney are not set in stone. They're revocable. You can alter them at any point. I mean, sometimes I have people alter them, not because bad things happen, but they appoint somebody and that individual gets a great job on the other side of the country. That is the other thing I'm going to, generally when I talk about powers of attorney, it's a document that if we're needing it to be utilized, then very often an imminent set of circumstances has come up. There's been an accident, there's been a diagnosis, and appointing somebody that really has a current ability to act on your behalf, makes that power of attorney more effective to protect your interests. I had a situation where the power of attorney lived in another country. It was just they had very unreliable internet, they had very unreliable phone service, and although they were appointed and they wanted to act, their ability to act was hampered by their circumstances. So, keeping your power of attorney current and appointing people who really can step up more immediately when you potentially need that type of help is very critical. Did you have a question?
Yes.
Okay.
If you have somebody that you want to be a power of attorney, but doesn't live right here, isn't it good to have an alternate that can do it until the other person?
Absolutely. That's a wonderful point, and that is another thing that we try to encourage our clients to do is yes, we try to build a hierarchy in your power of attorney where you kind of have your primary, your number one. Hey, if this person can act, I want them, but if they can't, then I'm going to go down the line. I'm going to now appoint this person. And sometimes we'll have, individuals that will appoint 3 or 4, powers of attorney in that hierarchy. It's all in one document. It's not multiple documents. But yes, that is a very, very good way to just, because again, you're doing a power of attorney to ensure that in that moment that you need assistance in making decisions, you have that person appointed. And it becomes very critical because if you do not have your power of attorney done and circumstances arise and now you are unable to make decisions on your behalf, well, now we're in the court system. Now we're in a guardianship proceeding or a conservatorship proceeding. And they are expedited proceedings, and they do get done from a court system perspective, they get done very quickly. But still, it's going to be about a minimum of 6 weeks to get somebody appointed. And it's expensive. The moment that somebody files a guardianship proceeding or a conservatorship proceeding to try to get appointed as somebody's guardian or conservator, the court now immediately goes and they appoint another attorney to represent the interests of the person who is being alleged as incapacitated or unable to make their own decisions. And so more attorneys get involved. We all love attorneys, and they're so cheap and they're so efficient with their time. And so it just becomes an expensive, again, like I said, from a court system perspective, 6 weeks is very fast. And that's on the fast side of things, even for a guardian conservatorship proceeding. But for as simple of a document that a medical power of attorney is, for as simple of a document as a durable financial power of attorney is, and they're relatively inexpensive, to be honest with you, it saves your loved ones from having to avail themselves of the court system in that event. So that's why we really push people to go down the road of just getting those types of documents done. Yes?
What's the difference between a power of attorney and a durable power of attorney?
Power of attorney and durable power of attorney. Good question. So that term durable, we're going to come back to basically how that power of attorney relates to incapacity. So there's actually another power of attorney that I didn't really go over because it doesn't make any sense to me. You can execute a non-durable power of attorney. That power of attorney is effective immediately, but it is revoked upon your incapacity. So I don't know. Why not muck things up and have one that doesn't make sense? That's what my type does. So durable, what durable refers to is that it survives your incapacity. So when you see durable on a power of attorney, it's meaning that, hey, I sign this and this document is good even if I become incapacitated. So without that durable in your power of attorney, then you have a document that's only good while you are of sound mind, and then if you're deemed incapacitated, you don't have a power of attorney. So not a very effective planning tool. And some individuals will utilize the different documents for, they really have somebody that they trust if they're really incapacitated, but they have somebody else that's a little bit more convenient that kind of helps them maybe pay their bills or deposit checks, so that they utilize one individual as a power of attorney while they're still of sound mind, but that they're maybe not as mobile as they once were. So they utilize a standard power of attorney and a durable, kind of to deal with that. Like they said, they have one individual that they're comfortable with as long as they are of sound mind, but if they truly do become incapacitated, then they want their other power of attorney to take over. So they kind of stagger it with different documents. So we'll have some more questions along powers of attorney. I better keep track of my time. What time?
10:15.
Okay. Estate planning. What happens to your assets upon your passing? Always one of the biggest concerns I get from anybody that comes into my office that is looking to do estate planning, or maybe has done estate planning and is looking to update it or amend it, is everybody's worried about probate. Okay? Probate is the process. If I were to pass and I had an asset that is just owned in my name individually, just Keenan Lovett, not Keenan and Sarah Lovett, my spouse, who is just in my name alone, a little piece of property. Upon my passing, we kind of have an issue with that piece of property, because now the only person that could deed it, because it was in my name individually, has passed away. And so there's not really an effective way to transfer that. Like I said, powers of attorney don't work now. And so probate is really the court's term for a very specific type of court action that gets somebody appointed that has the authority to execute documents on behalf of your estate. Okay, so your will can appoint that person that you want to be in that role. If individuals pass away without a will, there's a statute that says, okay, if somebody passes away without a will, here's the hierarchy of who gets to be the personal representative. Personal representative is what the term that seems to be more commonly used is executor. Executor and personal representative are the same role. Okay, and so probate is really just a court proceeding to get that person appointed to now be able to actually sign your name. Right now, if I own a piece of property in my name alone, nobody can just sign my name and deed that property. That's fraud. That's a crime. So upon my passing, we have an issue, and so the court deals with it through the probate process. Probate in Colorado, contrary to it seems to be prevailing opinion, is really not a cumbersome process. Colorado has passed a uniform probate code along with most states that allows for a very efficient probate process. It does take a little bit of time. It is a court proceeding, so there is some costs involved. But all in all, it's a simplified court proceeding. And if you have your documents in line, then the substantial likelihood is nobody will see the inside of a courtroom. It's considered to be an administrative court proceeding. And so from a general standpoint, that's what we're talking about with probate. And if you don't have things in line, then probate may get a little bit more complicated. There may be some hearings. But the situations that you have heard about probate taking years and years and probate costing tens of thousands of dollars, those are situations. Probate, if you look at the Colorado statutes, those situations are not caused by the statutes and the system. Those situations are caused by the people that were in that particular circumstance, okay? Everybody thinks that people have a probate problem. I flip it around. Probate really has a people problem. And it is really, so when we talk about probate or as I move on to trust agreements or beneficiary deeds, and the efforts to avoid probate, I always like people to understand really what they're avoiding, which is if you have your ducks in a row, it's an unsupervised administrative court proceeding. I do many probates they're done in 6 months, $2,000–3,000, and everyone's happy and goes down the road. Because people had their documents in order and everybody involved in the probate proceeding decided they would let reasonableness rule the day, and they didn't start fighting. So when we talk about probate and estate planning documents, the most common way that individuals try to avoid probate is through trust agreements. We do a lot of trust agreements. Trust agreements can be very effective estate planning tool for a lot of different situations. I hear very often that if you do a trust, you're going to avoid probate. That is not true. A trust gives you the opportunity to avoid probate. Just because you sign a piece of paper that somebody typed trust on the top does not mean you have avoided probate. The next step in that, which we see not accomplished in many circumstances, is for your trust agreement to actually be effective in avoiding probate. You have to get all of your assets, in particular your real property, your home, any other properties you own, mineral rights are real property, water rights, water is considered to be real property. All of those interests that you may own have to get into your trust agreement. So if Jane Smith owns her house in Jane Smith's name and she goes and creates a trust agreement, she needs to deed that from Jane Smith to the Jane Smith trust agreement. That is how she avoids probate as to that one asset. If you go create a trust agreement and you generally get your assets in the trust, but then you inherit 40 acres north of town from your mom or dad and you forget to put that in the trust, well, you're in probate anyway. Because that 40 acres that you inherited didn't get into your trust agreement. So the other very common comment I get about trusts is, well, I need a trust because if I don't do it, my family is going to pay a bunch of inheritance tax. Possibly. And trusts can be effective to lessen the impact of the estate or the inheritance tax. To be able to accomplish that, it really only works for married individuals. If you're a single individual, trusts do not add any benefit to estate tax planning. That's a whole nother conversation, but for right now, not many of my clients have an estate or inheritance tax concern. If somebody passes, generally speaking, when individuals pass, there is no estate tax due, there is no inheritance tax due. That is only something that is paid if you, as the individual that has passed away, if your total net worth, everything in your estate, exceeds approximately $14 million. Now that number moves a lot. That number moves around a lot. If we go back about 25 years ago, which is a lot of, like, people in my community, our community, have heard the horror stories, of the 90s, the 80s. That level was as low as 500,000. And so we had a lot of people that had well over $500,000 worth of property, but they what we call land rich, cash poor. And so yes, the estate tax certainly has caused situations in the past that was very, very difficult on families. That number has continued to grow. It is a political number. I'm not trying to get political, but for example, the last real big tax plan that was passed related to the estate tax was passed by President Obama. And his estate tax level started at $5 million, and it was tied to a bunch of yearly escalators that are tied to gross domestic product and inflation rates and different calculations that on a yearly basis it slowly crept up. By the time he left office, it was closer to $5.4 million. And during President Trump's first term, he got a temporary basically stay on President Obama's estate tax level, in which it bumped it to $10 million with those same escalators. And so we've been running on that plan for a while now, that now has us just under $14 million. So that number does fluctuate a little bit. Had November gone differently, it probably would have reverted back to President Obama's, and if we run all the escalators out, at the end of this year, it would have dropped to, it's tough to tell because things change, 6.3, 6.4 million. So if you have, whatever the number ends up being, if you pass and your total, if we value all of your assets, cash, real property, we get to reduce any debt there may be on the assets. If that number exceeds the estate tax level, then you pay tax on the excess, basically. So if somebody were to pass in the year 2025 and their net worth is $15 million, still the first $14 million gets to go down to their heirs tax-free. The next million is tax heavily. And it is kind of a penalty tax, because it's all money that you've already paid tax on. But, so people's fear over the estate tax is sometimes, I believe, I hope it's your concern. I really do. And if it is, then let's look at trust agreements, and let's look at possibly trying to avoid some of that, that burden upon passing. Yes?
Can you discuss a little bit on irrevocable trusts?
Yes. So another very common, which was where I was going next, that played in well, thank you. The other very common benefit that I hear specific to trust agreements is, well, if I do a trust agreement, they're going to protect me from liability. Generally speaking, when somebody says they have a trust agreement, they have a revocable trust agreement. Okay, meaning they can change it. If I want to create a trust agreement, my wife and I want to create a trust agreement, we would likely create a revocable trust agreement, meaning, if our desires as to the distribution upon our passing changes, we can change it. We can revoke it if for whatever reason we determine that the trust is no longer serving us in a good manner. We can just revoke that trust, pull all the assets out. It's a non-taxable, it's basically just a pass-through entity is what a revocable trust is. It's an estate planning tool is what a revocable trust really is. And so you retain control over it at all times. You, as the creator of the trust, are in full control of a revocable trust. And because it has that pass-through nature, I mean, if I were to put my whole world into a revocable trust, the fact is, I mean, I can sell any of those assets without talking to anybody. I can exchange them. I can do whatever I want. Because I, as an individual, called the trustee of that trust, retain full control, then there's no actual liability protection. If I go out and I have a major auto accident, if I have a revocable trust, there's no liability protection there. If somebody was hurt bad enough where my insurance was exceeded, go see Katrina, she'll be sure you're properly insured. If my insurance was exceeded, they could go after my trust assets, okay? And the reason for that is if I control it all, why would we, I mean, protect in that? I mean, basically everyone would have a trust agreement and be free from liability. You know, if really the law worked any other way. So that's why we have irrevocable trust agreements. Irrevocable trust agreements do, if done properly, they do have a liability protection aspect to them. But the reason they have that liability protection is because when you create an irrevocable trust, you are actually starting to build a wall between you and your assets. Okay, so now you're actually starting to give up some control. Because you gave up control, now you're going to see more of a liability protection. And so if I create an irrevocable trust, I or any potential beneficiary of that trust cannot be trustee. Okay, I have to give up that control. So if I create a trust, I can't appoint my kids if they're also beneficiary. I have to get an uninterested third party to be the trustee of that trust. And the assets that go into an irrevocable trust, they have to stay in the trust. Okay, so they can be exchanged. You know, if you put a home in an irrevocable trust, that home can still be sold, but the proceeds stay in the trust. And so the reason that irrevocable trusts have that liability protection is because you are starting to create a wall between you and that asset. I don't have a lot of clients that really have the comfort or really the ability to create a wall between some of their assets. Some have enough wealth built up where they can create an irrevocable trust and they can throw $5 million into it, and they can still benefit from that $5 million, maybe the income that $5 million produces, but they can't just withdraw it and go start over and do whatever they want with it. And so some utilize irrevocable trusts as an estate tax planning tool, as a liability protection, but they're giving up control of those assets. And they've got to find a trusted third party to serve as trustee. So irrevocable trusts are also utilized in some very specific circumstances. We deal with them most often when there's been a really unfortunate accident where somebody's going to get a large injury settlement, but they're also going to have a lifetime of medical care, treatment, needed to where they can pour their settlement proceeds into an irrevocable trust and still qualify for state-funded medical care programs. Although they may have $1 million sitting over here in this trust, that's usually when we see them utilized. So other ways to avoid probate, because that seems to always be a very high topic for a lot of individuals, is Colorado has also done a beneficiary deed, meaning, if you have if your estate is relatively simple, where you've got one piece of property, you've got some bank accounts, maybe a couple vehicles, you can avoid probate as to your property just by executing a beneficiary deed where you nominate who you want that property to go to upon your passing. It is recorded in the clerk and recorder's records. It does not transfer any current ownership in the property, and that deed really only becomes effective to move it on to your heirs when a death certificate is also recorded. So, yes?
Yep. Do you have to put the total estate into a trust, or can you just put part of it?
Well, you can just put part of it. So the question was, you have to put your entire estate into a trust, or can you only put part of it? You can only, if you want to avoid probate. I mean, again, so it's always, why are you doing a trust and what's your ultimate goal? If you want to avoid probate, all of your real property has to be in the trust. Real property is a bright line rule in Colorado. If it is owned individually, not in joint tenancy, if it's just you own it and you pass, probate is the only way we can transfer that real property interest. So if you want to avoid probate as to real property, all of it has to get in the trust agreement. With the remainder of your assets that are not real property, and Andrew will be able to also discuss this a little bit when he gets up here, most of your financial institutions have pay-on-death beneficiary designations. And those pay-on-death beneficiary designations, whether that's to your 401k, whether that's just to a stock portfolio, life insurance, those pay-on-death beneficiary designations also are an effective way to, in a very inexpensive manner, avoid probate as to those particular assets. And so another thing that we do a lot is we actually go through a lot of your financial institutions and we just appoint your trust as the beneficiary. That way that gives you the ability to utilize the terms of your trust to be very specific in how you want your assets distributed, but you don't necessarily have to go open up all these new accounts. Many of your financial accounts that are related to, like IRAs is the best example. IRAs cannot be owned by anybody but an individual because they're tied to a Social Security number, they're tied to a date of birth, you have received throughout your life tax benefits as an individual for pouring money into an IRA. So those we cannot transfer into a trust. And so we deal with that. A trust can inherit them as the pay-on-death beneficiary, but we can't actually move those into the trust. So we deal with it by utilizing the pay-on-death beneficiary. Pay-on-death, transfer-on-death, some of the different, whether you're using Wells Fargo or you're using, Edward Jones or Merit, sometimes they'll call it transfer-on-death, sometimes they call it pay-on-death. So.
We've got about 3 to 5 minutes for questions.
Okay, any other questions?
Now, if you have a person, a representative on your will, does that still avoid probate, or just does it make it simpler?
It makes it simpler. It does not avoid probate. So you selecting that personal representative and you making that nomination in a will, doing a will makes probate clearer, simpler, and more than likely to completely avoid, actually somebody walking into the courthouse. Doing a will makes it to where that probate being just an administrative proceeding that no one ever actually sees the inside of a courtroom, doing a will makes that much more likely. And your personal representative, if you nominate that individual, you nominate that position within your will, then that person has the highest level of priority. So upon your passing, if they are willing to accept that position, then it makes everything very simple. But that personal representative now is in charge of it's a fiduciary role. They are in charge legally of dividing and transferring your assets in strict compliance with your will. I think there was another question back there.
If someone dies without a will, basically intestate,
Mm-hmm.
and they really don't own anything, they don't have anything, but let's say they owe state and federal taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Is the personal representative responsible for paying those even out of their pocket?
Not out of their pocket. It's pretty rare that a personal representative is ever going to be individually liable for your debts. As long as they don't lie, cheat, and steal, they are not going to be on the hook for your debts just because they are personal representative. If the personal representative accepts that position and you do have some assets, maybe your asset base isn't much, maybe you've just got a vehicle and a small bank account. You passed away and you were in an alternate living scenario where you didn't own the property and maybe you didn't have much in your estate. And as long as that personal representative, one thing they are statutorily required to do is before anybody else, and before any heirs, before any beneficiaries receive funds, they have to pay all your final debts. One of those being your final tax burden. So as long as the personal representative does properly apply any assets you do have to your debts, if not all of those debts are extinguished, then it becomes an uncollectible debt as long as the personal representative applied all they could to those debts. Yes.
Let's say that you own a piece of property, whatever, and you put somebody on your title, and then you go into a rest home. Okay, are they going to be responsible for the debts, or they'll have to sell the property to pay the debts if they attach a property or a lien?
Well, that person that, if you put somebody on your property, that person is likely not going to become individually liable for maybe your long-term care facility debt, unless they sign the piece of paper saying they will become. Sometimes that happens, but it's not because they got put on the property. Now, putting somebody on the property does not mean that you have protected yourself from the potential of a nursing home lien. There's look-back periods, and if your name is still on the property, then you still have an interest in the property, and so the nursing home is still going to be able to attach to at least your interest in the property. And so it can help a little bit, but that person, just because they get their, because I can deed you onto my property and you don't even know. And so you deeding somebody onto your property does not necessarily mean that they are now liable for your debts.
But it avoids probate.
It can avoid probate if done properly. You've got to do it in joint tenancy. Putting somebody on your property during your life, you need to do that. It can avoid probate. It also raises a whole lot of other issues. Do that very, very carefully, and I do not recommend putting people on your property without talking to an attorney. You are exposed to their liabilities. You are exposed to their potential divorces. You just lost your stepped-up basis from a tax perspective. You putting them on your property during your life could cost that person thousands of dollars upon your passing in capital gains burden. So that before you do that, it really needs to be a pretty careful analysis. If they have any debt, you just exposed your property to their potential debt if they start to default. I mean, their name's on the property. There's gifting rules. What that is, if I put somebody on my property during my life, that's a gift. Regardless of our intent, I've put them on my property. So we've got IRS gifting rules that we have to analyze. There's a lot more that goes into that before you just start putting people on your property in hope to avoid maybe a nursing home bill. You need to talk to somebody. Any other questions? Is Andrew here?
Andrew's here.
He can wait.
That's what he said. He said
Yeah.
it was all about you.
Finally.
Somebody gets it.
Yeah. All right. Well, again, thank you for everybody for coming. I really appreciate Hospice, and serving on the board now here for multiple years. I see the people not understanding, the critical need to get in touch with Hospice when your loved ones really need it earlier than you think to ensure their proper care in that end-of-life scenario. And that's not always an easy thing to talk about. I understand that. It doesn't necessarily give us all a warm fuzzy, but it boils down to the care of your loved ones, and it's very important. So appreciate you coming. I do have some cards over there if anybody needs anything, and have a great day.
All right, we're going to bring up our next speaker. Next up is Andrew Cookie. Andrew was born and raised, Andrew was born and raised in Cortez and has been an Edward Jones financial advisor for the past 10 years. In 2019, Andrew earned his Certified Financial Planner designation to be able to help his clients more holistically. As a certified financial planner, Andrew assists his clients with their investment, tax, estate, and protection strategies. Andrew and his team have received recognition from Forbes the past 3 consecutive years as a top wealth advisor in Colorado. Outside of work, Andrew spends much of his time with his wife, his son, and their rowdy dog. Please give a warm welcome to Andrew Cookie.
I don't think so. I think I'll be all right. Good morning. How's my volume in the back? You're okay? Good? Okay. Well, thanks for having me. Again, my name is Andrew, and I am a financial planner. And so what we do with our clients is we want to partner with them to help them maximize their assets, maximize their wealth, and help them achieve their goals. And so to maximize their overall financial plan, a lot of times that involves me partnering with clients' other professionals. So Katrina in the back, sometimes her and I could have a phone conversation to make sure that the plan that I have with my clients on their financial assets may be coordinated with their insurance planning. Also, I may have to pick up the phone and visit with Keenan about a mutual client to make sure that their estate plan follows and is coordinated with their financial assets as well. So that's broad strokes what we do. I want to give plenty of time for questions, but I also want to really give you some specific things to add to your toolkit as a caregiver, that making sure that maybe some pitfalls to avoid, and also some things to talk to your loved ones and your other professionals about. And you're probably going to find there's some overlap that you just heard from Keenan on some things. I may mention something very similar, but how that relates more to my world as well. The first thing that is beyond just financial, but it's very, very useful that I would stress that really helps us work with clients and their caregivers is, if appropriate, a power of attorney. That's one of the number one things that I would stress, that if the person you are caregiving for, or even yourselves, I would stress that a power of attorney is a really effective way to help protect yourself in the event that it could even be something as simple as you're just unavailable. For example, my wife is my power of attorney, and I hope there's going to be a lot of years ahead of me before I really truly need a power of attorney. But in the event that something does come up, in the event that I'm not available, a power of attorney can really help make things handy. And down the road, if an individual may need a power of attorney and he or she becomes incapacitated, that can make things pretty awkward, because a person likely does need to have capacity to be able to appoint a power of attorney. Another thing that is more specific to financial institutions is called trade authorization. So may want to take note of that in the event that a person may not want to have something as legal as a power of attorney. There is what's called trade authorization, to where an appointed person can help take care of day-to-day financial operations with my clients while still not being a power of attorney. It's just unique to that financial institution. And then I guess one of the other things that I really want to stress in the partnership, the way I work with our clients, is we really want to make sure that the overall financial planning that we are doing does align really well with, again, their estate plan. And one thing I didn't mention much of yet is taxes. There are many different types of accounts, many different types of investment products that have different tax implications. And so I would stress, if you are stepping in as a caregiver or stepping in and helping people, consult some professionals before any significant decisions are made about where we're going to get money, which account we're going to access, etc. That can really make a big, big difference from a tax perspective. And then one thing, when I just got here, I had heard Keenan mention about listing children, loved ones on property before your passing, to where you are gifting an asset rather than letting a person inherit the asset. I would completely echo what Keenan has to say, that in a lot of cases, from a tax perspective, that worsens things and also increases liability. One thing that I would add, though, a tiny caveat, in the event that you're wanting to have somebody maybe help out with your day-to-day affairs, a small checking account to where the other person is a joint owner, a power of attorney, whatever that happens to be, those sorts of things, I have found is really helpful for paying bills and keeping daily living going, even in the event that a person is needing help. I just wanted that to kind of serve as a jumping off point, and I'm sure our the questions you all may have hopefully will brew even more of a conversation as well. Are there any questions? Yeah.
I was just gonna say that if you have, maybe say like, more than one checking account, you would just want the person to use one to pay bills, to
I think
buy
it
things that you need.
I think it depends on each person's individual system. I don't think it has to be just one necessarily, but also a person just coming into a situation who's starting to help out, it might simplify the system if a lot of bills, paying for expenses is ran through one account. But yes, I've had clients come to me with 3 or 4 different checkbooks, and they have money in this account for that, and money in another account for this, etc. But I think we always try to consolidate and simplify, especially when caregivers, loved ones are stepping in to help out even more. I'll take a drink of water. Yeah.
I think one of the things when you talk about checking account is that we don't realize, I mean, like, you have a piece of property and your name is only one on the deed, is one thing, but if you have a checking account and you're the only one on the checking account, when you pass away, nobody can access that. There's no but other signature on there to pay the bills. And I've seen that happen, and somebody else has to step in and cover all of that. And
Right.
So,
Yeah.
it is something to think about. There needs to be another name.
Yeah. And I think that reconfirms, I think, my point for sure. It takes if in an arrangement where one individual owner owns just the checking account, it takes time for a death certificate to be produced, to give to the financial institution. Those accounts in most cases are typically restricted to where money isn't really going to go out until the overall estate process is taken care of for that individual, beneficiary accounts are set up, etc. And so things still have to go on, life still has to go on, and so having, again, I want to stress, not on all assets, but sometimes a small joint checking account to where daily living, daily bills could keep being paid for would be a really effective way to help with that, because in the event that one person, if there's an extra person as an owner, a joint owner, he or she can continue to write checks, etc. I think, on that note, beneficiary reviews is so important across pretty much across all assets, not even just financial accounts, but especially financial accounts, because sometimes I have seen that clients think this person is my beneficiary, but instead, no, it's a joint account. Really go through with your financial professionals how certain things are arranged, and just know that financial institutions offer a lot of flexibility for beneficiaries. So there's a primary beneficiary. In the event that something happens to me on my own personal account, who is my primary beneficiary? But then the next question becomes, okay, what if something happens to me and my primary beneficiary at the same time? That can then be a contingent beneficiary. And those can go all the way down to tertiary, which is the third line, and I don't know the fourth one. I don't know the name of that. But again, financial institutions can get very creative, really flexible, and certain different percentages can be applied to different people, different entities, nonprofits. If you're ever feeling, if you have charitable inclinations, there's, again, tax considerations that your financial professionals should be helping and advising on how to execute that most effectively.
It sounds like having beneficiaries would be more important than having all of your things into a trust. I mean, depending on the situation.
Yeah,
Just overall theoretically.
so I think having appropriate beneficiaries is a must, absolutely. But a trust is still, there's still if you have perfect beneficiary set up, I think there still could be an appropriate level for a trust because of your real property in the state of Colorado. And the real property in Colorado, there's not a beneficiary designation simple form like a financial account. So a trust can be coordinated along with beneficiaries. And a lot of times with our clients who have trusts, the trust can be some form of beneficiary as well. Think of the trust as this is a living, breathing document that states your wishes. And that is and so when we put that entity that reflects all of your wishes in as a beneficiary, upon your passing, those assets will flow into the trust, and then those assets just have to follow your exact wishes. Yeah. So again, beneficiaries are a must, but still a good estate planning document, will, trust, whatever is most appropriate for you, I would still stress you should have. Yeah. Yeah.
I had 2 comments. My dad was an accountant, and we never knew how much he was worth or what he had, and he was kind of stingy in his, but he put everything in a trust.
Mm-hmm.
And made one of his golfing buddies the executor, and he put a clause in there that said, if any of my 2 brothers or I can't think of the word, were against or complained about it, we would lose everything.
Yeah.
And we got enough to really substantially change our lives, buy property and everything. But the second thing I wanted to, and I was grateful for that, but the second thing was my dad, the last year of his life, he was in and out of nursing homes, and he put me on his checking account, and I didn't really recognize the importance of it all. I just thought to pay bills and things, but when he passed away, I was able to use that money. Like I had to bring my brother back from Hawaii all of a sudden,
Yeah.
and I didn't have the money for that. And I think I bought the casket with that money, and so it would have really been a burden on me if I had to buy it out of my own money.
Sure.
But I had that. I was on his checking account, so I could do it.
Yeah, great example. Yeah, trust can be as straightforward as you want or as unique and complicated as you wish to. And that's why I would, again, stress that working with an attorney and working with an attorney and being really transparent about thinking about what your wishes are, because then that attorney, Keenan, case in point, who I get to work with many mutual clients, we then, once we understand the full picture, we then get to probably come up with the best and effective solutions. I'm going to add one more thing, and you made a really good point, is your father wasn't very forthcoming about what he had going on.
No.
And we're taught to always be very private about money. But I think if there's ever an opportunity to visit with your beneficiaries, your children, whatever that happens to be, let them know a little bit about what's going on. Maybe dollar figures don't have to be shared if you're not comfortable with that. A lot of times at my office, I host what's called family wealth briefings. So for my clients who are wanting to bring their beneficiaries or their children up to speed on what's going on, I explain to them, one, offer support. We're here to help in the event of something like that happening, but also a little bit about the tax ramifications of inheriting certain assets or how tax-friendly other assets could be as well.
If I may make one more comment. My brother and I often have thought, I wish Dad could see what we did with the money.
Yeah.
Or at least he could have known the plan. Because my brother has acreage and 2 houses, and I have my home, and we made new lives for ourselves with that money.
Yeah.
And if he would have known that, I think he would have been happy with the way things turned out. But
Sure.
But if we had had a meeting like you said, we could have told him our plans, and he hopefully would have gotten some satisfaction on knowing that his life earnings would go to something good.
Yeah. Yeah, what a legacy. Yeah, go on ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, if somebody has retirement accounts
Yeah.
that are IRA qualified, that came out of an old 401 with like Edward Jones. like
Yeah.
I do, and no people beneficiaries, can that, can those accounts be rolled into a trust, and then a nonprofit become a beneficiary?
Let me make sure I'm understanding correctly. If a person had an IRA and they're thinking of maybe a nonprofit as a beneficiary, could that happen? That is correct. Yep. And so, again, beneficiaries offer fantastic flexibility. And so if you are interested, I think from a cost perspective, and because you're thinking charitably with these retirement dollars, for example, talk to your professional about adding that nonprofit as a beneficiary to that account. You had mentioned a trust step. Your professional should be able to advise whether the trust should be the first beneficiary or the nonprofit. From what I hear you saying, maybe think of the nonprofit first, but you'll want to, because I don't know your full situation, you just check on that. But that's very possible.
I was just thinking, if you had all your assets in the trust, then you could go from there.
Yep. And yeah, again, going back to your example in the very back about trust, beneficiaries, I think there's appropriateness to use a trust at times. Retirement accounts is definitely one caveat I would add, one extra wrinkle to the picture that I would add, that for sure speak with your advisor. Yes?
Okay, back to the trade authorization as opposed to power of attorney.
Yeah.
Is it necessary to list your financial advisor as a trade authorizer? Is that a conflict of interest?
In most cases, trade authorization would not be the advisor. That would be more of a loved one. So in most arrangements I have with my clients, if I need to make an adjustment to their portfolio, I can't do it until I have authorization. And in the event that trade authorization is on one of my clients' accounts, I can speak to either the owner or the trade authorized party about the adjustment I want to make. It's totally a conflict of interest if your advisor is your trade authorization, yeah. So, yeah,
The owner isn't
it,
cognizant.
that's right. It would not be me, yeah, yeah.
What about the bookkeeper? You know, come,
For the trade authorization?
yeah.
That's possible. I think the owner should have a good conversation and make sure it's a very trusting relationship. Bookkeepers, accountants, attorneys are also pretty busy. And so you want to make sure of, if I ever need to take care of something with a fair amount of urgency, I want to be able to take care of that in 24 hours. And if a bookkeeper, accountant is not available, because it's tax season, that might not be the perfect choice. Yeah.
In general, with an IRA, since there are taxes due on that, if you leave a nonprofit as the beneficiary, does that add any extra burden to them?
No, and that's what's really effective is, again, I'm speaking in pretty generic terms, can't give super solid advice, but in general terms, that retirement account, normally a bucket of pre-tax money, if that does then get transferred, gifted, bequeathed, whatever that happens to be, to a nonprofit, income taxes are avoided.
Oh, so if you give it, if you were to put a person as the beneficiary, they would still owe those unpaid taxes.
That's right. That's right. And so that's, I think, where a lot of our value can be added is if a client is thinking big picture, I have these individuals that should inherit money, these nonprofits I'm thinking of, we help advise which accounts to think of differently. Yeah, you said it perfectly, Joyce. So, and so while we're on the topic of IRAs, remember an IRA is an account of money that has never been taxed. Federal and state income taxes have not been paid. And the IRS states if you have an IRA, once you've reached, the number is this year, the age, once you've achieved age 73, you have what's called a required minimum distribution. You have to take out a certain amount every year beginning at age 73. That amount is calculated by your financial institution, how much you have to take out. And that is the way that the IRS has the ability to be able to tax you and begin to tax you on some of that money. Where it begins to get a little cloudy, and again I would stress visit with your professionals, is when an individual passes away with an IRA and then the beneficiaries receive or need to open an inherited IRA. An inherited IRA has a whole set of withdrawal requirements for the beneficiary as well. And since I've been doing this, I have, I think, 4 different types of regulations that apply to those inherited IRAs based on when the person passes away. And so they're really, really nuanced and just depends on on when the original owner passes away, the year that they did.
So when you can cash them? When we are eligible to cash them?
Yeah, so today the rule is if you receive an inherited IRA, you have 10 years to bring that inherited IRA down to 0. You have to deplete the account in 10 years. And every year along the way, for as long as you have the inherited IRA in that 10-year time, you yourself in the inherited IRA also have that required minimum distribution. That was a new rule on December 28th of 2024. So these rules are changing quite a bit. Yeah.
Are Are you familiar with the TSP?
Yeah, through the federal government. Uh-huh. Yeah, there's actually quite a few of retired federal government employees in this area. And so we have become really familiar with the TSP, FERS, OPM, those sorts of things, and have helped advise clients around that too.
And those rules are the same for?
Yep, they are. I don't know how long I have.
You've got another 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Yes?
You said that inheritance in 10 years you can go all or you can go minimum distribution? Is that what you said from the IRA?
It's both. Yeah, that's what's kind of, so the account has to be brought down to 0 in 10 years.
In 10 years.
But you still, that's the end of the rule. And every year you have a little bit that you are required to take out as well. Remember, that's the minimum amount you have to take out as well.
Yes, but then my taxes is going to get higher, right?
It will increase your taxable income. And so that's how we help our clients is, let's say one of our clients has an inherited IRA, they're working, but they plan to retire in 5 years. So when they retire, their taxable income may go down. So an example that I may help my clients with is in years, but while they're working, years 1 through 5, we do just the required minimum distribution, satisfy what we're required to do. But then in years 5 through 10, we take a lot more because that person has retired and may be in a lower tax bracket. Because if we only do the minimum distributions, year 10 is going to be a really, really bad tax year, more than likely.
What about if there is already an IRA done by your wife? So you roll to that one, you still have to take it in years?
You said about the wife?
Rolling, yes. To that, because you say you have to create, right? In this case, this doesn't have to be created because this already existed one to the spouse. So you roll that one, you still are forced to withdraw in 10 years?
If you are a spouse of an original owner, and this is why I think you should call your professionals. If you're a spouse, you receive, as beneficiary, you receive that money as a spouse into your own IRA, not an inherited IRA. Now, my past 10 minutes of what I was saying, now you just confused everybody. They're really, 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 I think just have a lot of fine print details. So absolutely, especially when you hear about, I think some IRAs especially, make sure you're getting the proper help. Maybe 1 or 2 more questions, is that?
Does anybody else have any further questions for Andrew?
Yeah.
I just have a comment. Something that I'm very passionate about this stuff. And I think that one of the greatest gifts you can give your children or whoever it is in your life you want to pass your stuff to, it's one of the greatest gifts you can ever give them. And a lot of financial people, the first visit is free. It's not something that's very costly to get a lot of information about. So don't be afraid to call a professional and find out the information you need for your own individual situations.
Yeah, thank you. And I think also it is, there's always something to be said when visiting with the professionals about, again, be very transparent. Some people want their loved ones and beneficiaries to inherit money. Some people want their loved ones and children to receive money while, if it was my accounts, while I'm still alive and utilizing gifting as well. So again, your professionals should be able to really help and encourage you to do those sorts of things.
And I might add, no matter what your relationships are with your family, friends, whatever your life situation is, will can be a gift that they can appreciate later. If they don't appreciate it now, they can always appreciate it later when they go, oh, that person really did care about me, or whatever your individual situation is.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, everybody.
Today, we appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
And Andrew did bring some pens and some business cards. So if you need to schedule an appointment, his information is over there as well. So, all right, we are going to go ahead and take a break for lunch at this time. So we have Subway sandwiches and chips and drinks and cookies in the back room. And feel free to take more than one sandwich. We have plenty. So
Alrighty, everyone. So as everyone gets settled, I will announce our next speaker. Oh, actually, nope. We're going to do another drawing first.
We are.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So let's see who the lucky person is this time. How about Phyllis Snyder?
Oh, Phyllis.
Okay. And our next speaker is Kelly Busby, so I'll tell you a little bit about her. Kelly Busby, DO, has been an osteopathic physician for over 22 years. She became board certified in osteopathic family medicine in 2007, was board certified in neuromusculoskeletal medicine / osteopathic manipulative medicine in 2008. She is also a certified Primal Blueprint health coach, a certified functional medicine physician, a certified NES practitioner, and a practical homeopath. She is passionate about nutrition with an emphasis on nutrigenomics, how nutrition affects our genes, and food as medicine. This all leads back to her osteopathic approach to the whole patient, mind, body, and spirit. She lives in Cortez, Colorado with her wonderful husband and 2 loving children. They enjoy the sunshine and mountains of southwestern Colorado and are proud to call this community home. They also enjoy gardening in the summers and the wonderful real food resources available. Dr. Busby is also proud to serve as Hospice of Montezuma's medical director for the last 4 years. So please give a very warm welcome to Kelly Busby. This one somewhere, maybe on your sleeve.
Okay. Okay. How is everyone today? Lots of information already this morning and all of that. Good. So yes, I'm Dr. Busby. I've been in town now for. Do you need it somewhere else?
Yeah. Sorry.
That's okay.
On your necklace, maybe?
If it'll sit. Sit. There you go. Yeah. Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. Yes. So I've been back in Cortez since 2010 as far as practicing locally here. I did move back to the area in 2008. I used to work at Southwest Health System for about 8 years and have now had my own practice for about, gosh, almost 7 years now. So that's me in a nutshell. I did junior high, high school here in Cortez, so I came back kind of home when I came back to practice. What I'm going to talk to you about today is your simplified, the do not resuscitate orders, but also what your expanded wishes are if you need someone else to make medical decisions for you because you're unable to do so. So that's what we're going to talk about today. I have had these discussions with many patients over the years, and the biggest thing I want to stress to everyone, I say this every year, is please schedule a full appointment to go over these papers with your doctor or provider, okay? Do not say, oh, by the way, I need to do this at the end of an appointment. You will not have enough time, and if you want your questions answered and to discuss it with your provider so they know what you want to have more time to do that. So make a full appointment with your provider or physician to discuss all of this information because it's a lot, and it's a very sensitive time in your life, obviously, you know, but you want to have your wishes honored, especially when you have them all written down, okay? But if you don't tell your doctor about this, they won't know. And so that's the biggest point today. So we're going to start with the easier one. First off is this green piece of paper. How many people have seen this green piece of paper in loved ones' homes or friends, you know? Where do you want to put this green piece of paper? Anybody? On your refrigerator. Okay, why do we do that? Does anybody know? Exactly. If the ambulance, and yeah, and there's magnets over there if anyone needs a hospice magnet that can put this on the fridge for you. So the refrigerator is where ambulance, paramedics, EMTs are going to look for this form, okay? You also need to have a copy of this put into your chart at your provider's office. So that's why you want to talk about them with, talk to them about this form so that they have it scanned into your chart, as well as you want to scan it in over at the hospital too. Why do I say that? Even though most of the providers at the hospital system are technically connected to the hospital, the two computer systems are different. Okay? So what the ER is pulling up, what radiology is pulling up, heaven forbid anything happen or you pass out or something in radiology, what they're pulling up is different than what your provider has in the outpatient clinic. Okay? Technically, the ER is supposed to have access to the outpatient clinic side of things. Very rarely do they actually log on. It's two different systems. They don't talk to each other very well. So that's why you want, when you have that discussion, you want to take a copy of this, make sure the hospital has a copy on file, and then make sure that you have a copy at your doctor's office as well. And then that way, if you lose it anytime, someone can look it up and get you another copy or fill this out again. Okay? This is also something, if anybody snowbird, anybody go down to Arizona in the wintertime, you want to have copies of these things to take with you. Because if you don't have it down in Arizona, they're not going to know if something happens, heaven forbid, down there. You need to have that as well. This is a Colorado form. You may want to look up wherever you may travel. You may want to look up in those states which form they prefer. But if you at least have a copy of this, it will help somewhat. They may not be able to fully honor this form in Arizona or other Utah, New Mexico, but at least there's an idea of what you have signed legally, okay? The main question is in box A. That is the main question. Do you want CPR done or do you not want CPR done? So if you are not breathing and your heart has stopped beating, do you want someone to try to get it restarted? Okay? That is what CPR is. Now, CPR is breaking ribs, not to be, forgive me, but this is the truth. It is breaking ribs. It is sternum compressions at least this far down. You will end up black and bruised and painful and likely broken ribs. Okay? The biggest question I get about CPR from patients is, I don't want you to do CPR on me if I'm going to be a vegetable. We have no way of knowing that. If you are not breathing and your heart is not beating, we have no idea what the outcome is going to be that day. We could fully resuscitate you and you walk out the hospital door 2 days later. Unlikely, but occasionally it does happen, and they'll talk about those miraculous recoveries in the CPR classes, if any of you have ever taken one. Those are very rare, okay? It is very rare even in the hospital for us, if we have a code blue, for us to fully recover somebody. So just realistically, you need to decide, do I want my ribs broken and them to intubate me to get me resuscitated, or do I not? And with no way of knowing what the outcome's going to be, okay? And I know that's a hard decision to make, but just so you guys know the reality of what CPR is, okay? So that's question number one. Question number two. This means you have a pulse and you are breathing, but maybe you're unconscious, okay? So then you get to choose full treatment, selective treatment, or comfort focused treatment. And again, as we get below that CPR yes or no question, the rest of these tend to go with these other advanced directives, meaning expanded time frames, okay? So if you are just unconscious, do you want to be taken to the hospital? Do you want to have everything done to help you if you need a little help breathing, or if you need a little help medicine for your heart to beat a little bit better, stuff like that? Those are those decisions there. Box C is about getting IV nutrition. That can be in the form, sometimes if you're in an ICU, it can be in the form of fats, but it also can be nutrients and proteins in just an IV itself, as well as sometimes they have to put a tube in your stomach to feed you food that way if you're unconscious for a long time. Okay? So that's what that's talking about in box C. And then in box D, it's just checking who all we had the discussion with. Okay? And then your physician or provider signs it, and all the copies get made, and you take it everywhere. Okay? If we need to change things, we do have update slots on the back where we can sign it again if we needed to change anything. Most of the time we usually just grab another form, but we can just use the old one and update it there. Okay? Any other questions about this form? Because you guys are all pretty informed about what to do with them and everything. Yes?
Does your physician have to sign that? You need to have a physician sign that?
Physician or your medical provider. So if it's a nurse practitioner or a physician's assistant,
Fill it out, it's not valid.
it is not valid unless your physician has signed it. Okay? And your signature is on there as well. So in the state of Colorado, it is mandatory to have a provider signature on there as well. Yes?
And can you get some extra copies of that so you can have copies to take with you or whatever?
They can make copies at your doctor's office. Like, it doesn't have to be green necessarily. Yeah, we used to just scan it into their chart and then give them the green one back, because again, the green one's what you want on your refrigerator. So it doesn't have to be green at your doctor's office. So they can just make a copy and scan it in, or scan it in at the hospital. Okay? Or you can make a copy and then take it to those places. Okay. Next. This form, these two forms, I'm going to hold both of them up. How many have seen these forms before? Few people? Okay, so this is the one I am the most familiar with. This is Colorado Hospital Association that put this one out. This is what I've had the most discussions about. In fact, I just learned about 5 Wishes last year, but they're very similar in their layout. And basically, this is your advanced directives. This is your living will. This is like the details of all the stuff you want done. This kind of expands on that box B and C that we were just talking about on the green form. Okay? So this has tons of both of them do, have tons of information to read through. It explains your medical power of attorney. It explains, you know, how to accept or deny medical treatment, what you want to do, or your right to refuse medical treatments. Has all of that information in the beginning, and then in the back, you actually can fill out those forms. So that's kind of the nice part about that. Let me see here. And again, very similar in the 5 Wishes booklet as well. Very similar questions. You're actually still filling out those forms in the back, getting a witness, having it notarized. Kind of just gives it that extra level of approval, okay? I have not always had patients bring this in notarized, so that's not always 100%, but if you're filling out these papers and you don't have anything on file with anyone else, it's usually a good idea to have it notarized by someone with a witness, okay? But it has a medical durable power of attorney for healthcare decisions form in the back, which is always the biggest question that everyone has. Who do you want to make medical decisions for you if you are unable to do so? Okay? Normally, if we don't have anything like this on file for you guys, it's going to automatically go to your spouse. If you do not have a spouse, it is usually going to go to your children. Okay? Those are immediate family members are who we are asking about this. If you want it to be them, put their names down. If you want it to be your best friend who's known you since you were 2, talk to them first, and then have them go through this with them and share your wishes, okay? If you don't tell any of these loved ones what you want, they will not know. Even if they know you really, really well, have known you forever, you have to have the conversation with them or they will not know what you want. Okay? And it's a very hard it's a very hard conversation to have with anyone about these items. But it is good to have so people know what your wishes are, okay? There is another form, and you guys may recognize it too. At the beginning of all the forms that are folded up in this little booklet, there is another CPR directive. This essentially is line A on the most form. Okay, this is what we used to fill out. Some of you may remember this. This is what we had at the hospital, but it was like a triplicate. So there were 3 copies. So when we signed it, we just teared out the sheet that was for us, and the hospital kept it on file. So that's what that one is. Basically the same as line A on the most form that we just talked about. Okay? Yes, I want CPR. No, I do not. Okay? So, the next form after the CPR form, when we go back to that middle form there, is your advance directive for surgical or medical treatment. So this is your living will or your advance directives. Same thing. They mean the same thing. This has a little bit more information than line B and C has. I would recommend filling out both just so you have a little bit more information. And once you have filled out these forms in this booklet or 5 wishes and had it notarized, take it to your doctor so we can make a copy and put it on your chart. Okay? Because this answers a lot more of the questions. Like which life-sustaining procedures do you want? It talks a little bit more about artificial nutrition and hydration like we were just talking about. It talks about that persistent vegetative state. If someone doesn't wake up after resuscitation or, heaven forbid, a car accident or anything like that, this gives you that chance to discuss specifically about a persistent vegetative state. If you are in a coma and you're not coming out of it, how long do you want them to try nutrition and hydration? What life-sustaining procedures do you want to continue, and for how long? So all of that, those questions that I get asked a lot, there's places to put that down in these forms and in this one too. And that's why it's good to have these forms as well as the most form. It gives you more details. It's in the back. Oh, the 5 wishes is in the folder too. Okay. Let's see here. Any questions about that advance directive or living will? Yes.
If you were in a car accident,
Mm-hmm.
how can that information be relayed to the EMTs? You know, not to be resuscitated.
Right, when it's a car accident. That's why it's a good idea to have this stuff filed at the hospital, because they can call the hospital and ask. Like if sometimes.
So I have a band I can wear on my wrist.
You can wear that.
I'm always concerned that that's going to be ignored because it doesn't seem very legal.
Right. I think, is it a medical alert bracelet? Yeah. Well, and I know some people who have the DNR tattoo, and that's not legal either. So it is harder when it is an accident.
If you're a medical person, if the person with you has the power of attorney.
Right, if they're...
Could they verbalize that?
Possibly. But the issue with, say, a car accident, if you're injured but you're still breathing and you still have a pulse, they're going to take you to the hospital because that could just be a broken leg, right? Even if you're unconscious. They are still going to try to resuscitate someone at an accident scene if they don't have ready access to a do not resuscitate, because it is a different situation versus being found down at home or, you know, at the end of a long illness or those types of things. So that part is that emergent piece. They have to do their best to stabilize and get them to the hospital, because either way the person has to be taken to the hospital, even if they are already passed, they still have to take them to the hospital for further
But once you're
coroner and everything.
resuscitated and, damage is done here.
Right.
And you're taken to the hospital, then there's more medical care that has to be given to you.
Right, but when you get to the hospital, then you have this information.
But the damage has already been done, so is the hospital then, the doctors there then responsible to see that the treatment continues? Even though you have this order that
Right.
it should not have been done?
It'll depend on your status at that time. It's a really good question. It's always going to, because unless you're putting that form on your car, which most of us are not.
And wouldn't be found anyway,
Right.
necessarily?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that just leaves it open to
Yeah.
a pretty scary possibility.
Yeah. Though, car accidents, it's hard to say how extreme they're going to be, too. Just with all the airbags and everything we have now, it's a lot less than when we had no seatbelts and all of that, where you're pretty much, you're found down, you're pretty down. So it's a bit different, but it is a good question.
But really, any accident outside of your home that could leave you in that state, you don't have any way to notify
Right.
legally that that's not to be done to you.
Right. I believe the medical bracelets, I think if you get an actual medical bracelet, I think that does count. But don't quote me on that right away. I do know that the tattoos do not, unfortunately. So, yes.
The last sweep meeting we had here, they were saying that we could put a most document in our glove compartment.
In the glove box?
Car.
Yeah.
And the other thing was, since a lot of us might end up in Durango and not
Right.
here,
Right.
that we should
Take a copy there.
take these documents over and have them put it in our
Yeah.
file.
Yeah, Durango, and I would argue even Farmington, because sometimes depending on how full everybody is, some people are going to get flown to Farmington too. So if you, just to cover all bases, those would probably be the 3 hospitals you would want it on file at. Because regardless of if you're local here and an accident happens here locally, those are one of those 3 places you're going to go to initially to be stabilized before you're flown to Denver or Junction or anywhere like that. So it's not like you're going to get picked up and taken to Junction. You're going to get picked up and taken to Cortez, Durango, or Farmington first. And so those would probably be the 3 hospitals to have it on file. Now that being said, if you do go somewhere south for the winter, if you go to New Mexico, if you go to Arizona, if there's a hospital nearby where you live there, might not be a bad idea to share that file with them too. Or if you have a doctor down in those areas, definitely put it at least on file with your provider down in those other states. But the glove box would be a good idea, and that's why I was talking about traveling, because you want to have your forms with you when you travel, especially if you're going to be gone for a while. If you're gone for a few months down to Arizona or whatever, you want to have copies with you.
And your primary, see that these are sent to the other hospitals, or do you have to do that personally?
It is not easy to do that from your primary's office. It's going to get lost. So if you want to know for sure that it makes it to the other hospitals, I would take it yourself.
So you just go down there and you go to...
Yeah, register. I would go to your front desk registration, like say if you're going to Durango, check in with either, they don't really have an info desk, they have more the registration in that main lobby area at Mercy, which maybe they've changed since they went with Common Spirit. I haven't been over there in a while. But one of those people should be able to help you. Because if you've been over to Mercy for anything, and most of us have because we see specialists over there, or we've had x-rays over there that we couldn't do here locally, so that you should be in their system. Yeah. So you should be able to say, hey, I have just updated my MOST form and my advanced directives. I would like to put a copy of that on my chart here at Mercy or Farmington. Yes?
Can you make an addendum to this and have it attached?
You should, meaning the advanced directive or the MOST form? This one? Yes. And that's why we have the other place to sign in the back here. if you've updated it or discussed it. Like what?
Like, don't transfer me to the Southwest Memorial, but you don't have a choice.
You don't have a choice.
I understand that.
Yeah. They have to take you depending on what county you're found in. If you are past the La Plata County line at Mancos Hill, which is where that line is, they'll take you to Mercy. If you are on this side of that line, they will take you to Southwest. And that's just in an emergency situation, that's where they have to take you. That's just the legalities of it.
Once you get into ER, can you request to be transferred to another hospital?
You can try. You can try. Yes, sorry.
Do you have to have the green one for each doctor you have to go to, or each hospital? Or can you make copies from it?
You can make copies from this one. Yes. So the green is mostly just to have on your fridge so that we see that color. Okay? You can make a copy of this, and it will be darker because of the color, but you can make a copy, and that's what you can take and ask them to scan in at all the hospitals in your doctor's office. But at your doctor's office, you're going to have the green one to discuss with them so you both sign it. And then they should be able to take it up front. This is what I used to do at Southwest. We would take it up front, ask the front desk staff to scan it into the chart, and then I would hand the paper back to the patient.
Oh, okay.
So that's what's supposed to happen.
Okay, so then you could take it to the hospital stuff and they make copies of it too.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So when you sign it there with the physician.
And notarize it?
No, this doesn't have to be notarized.
This has to be. And
Yeah, the advance directive has to be notarized.
But this one should be notarized also?
Yes, the 5 wishes or, so these two can replace each other. So you do not have to do all of them.
Oh, okay. Oh, you don't have to.
One or the other, pick one.
Oh, one or the other.
One or the other of these.
All right.
And there may be even more out there that I'm unaware of. I know Hospice has a lot of resources for these advanced directives and living wills. And it seems like we kind of get more and more companies every year. But it's great. It's nice to be able to lay out what you want. It's nice to be able to have questions. Like the 5 wishes has more questions to kind of get you thinking about specifics and what you want. But both of these cover the same thing. So one or the other.
So is one better than the other?
No. But these are the ones you want to have notarized. Okay? The green just has to be your provider, physician, or advanced or mid-level signatures. Okay? But yeah, you can ask them, you can even ask, but as far as locally, you just want to make sure locally they have it. Yes?
Going to have to sign an ROI, which is, and maybe not that gets transferred. You want to make sure that each facility has the ROI signed to release their documents.
Yes. But if it comes to emergency situations, this can be shared. And yes, but also, if I did the referral to somebody up in Denver, you don't have to sign a release for me to get the records back.
You don't have to represent, but say you receive in Southwest Memorial's ER, whatever.
Right.
Okay. And all of a sudden, they don't have all your pertinent information because you rarely go there.
Right.
So an ROI needs to be signed, as far as I'm told, to, if you want to go to Mercy, you're going to have to be able to get information back and forth.
Right.
Wherever, but you
Unless it's an emergency.
sometimes.
No, unless it's an emergency. I have people.
Yes, but
Yeah.
whether they actually do it or not.
Well, right. No, and that's another story. Human error I cannot correct for. Legally, because I have patients sign this informed consent and the HIPAA violation information all the time. The HIPAA Privacy Act definitely applies. You know, you're not sharing information with everyone on the street corner. If it is an emergency, if I got it as an example, if I got a phone call from the ER and you're unconscious but you're one of my patients and they just need to know what your allergies are, I'm going to share your allergies over the phone so that they don't kill you by giving you a medicine you're allergic to. So that is completely legal. That is not violating privacy, or if I need to tell them what your med list is so they don't, again, give you a medicine that's going to interact with something you're on and kill you. So that is Completely covered. That is not violating privacy. That is covering you in an emergency situation. So, that sense, if you're getting transferred for higher level of care, that information should go with you without having to sign stuff. So if you're getting transferred out of, say, Southwest or Mercy to Denver, they send what they did to you with you for higher level of care. That's the legalities of it. That's not, yeah, it's supposed to, that is how it is supposed to happen. Yeah, you remember all that, yeah. But that is what is supposed to happen. Whether it does or not, that's another story, but that's what's supposed to happen. So, any other questions? Okay, you're welcome. Thank you everyone for your time. Thank you. Oh, yes. I don't know how to do it. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. All right. So I will go ahead at this time and introduce our next speakers. So we have two representatives here today from Urtel Funeral Home. For over 100 years, Urtel Funeral Home has served Cortez proudly. They also service Southeast Utah and Northeast Arizona, as well as two Native American tribes, the Navajo, and Ute Mountain tribes. Beginning in 1921 with J.W. Urtel and three generations thereafter, including Walter Urtel, Keenan Urtel, and Kinsey Urtel, the Urtel family made a deep commitment of service to the Montezuma and Dolores County communities, which is carried by Urtel Funeral Home today. Urtel Funeral Home is an advocate for pre-planning and having valuable conversations that will ultimately ensure healthy progressions through a time that can often be riddled with uncertainty. The goal to assist in planning process for each family to celebrate life of their loved one and feel that they have honorably been and lovingly memorialized is the priority of Urtel Funeral Home. So Jeff Burge, Efren Vaquera, and David Russell and Connie McGuire are there to assist families every step of the way and take immense pride in serving our community. It is Urtel Funeral Home's mission to honor the wishes of families they serve with dignity and respect. Please give them a warm welcome.
Do you mind if I clip? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, you bet.
You got it?
Hello, thank you for having us. I'm David and this is Efren. We're here to talk to you about the importance of pre-planning. Is it working? Can you hear me?
You got a little closer?
You have to hold the microphone up.
Gotta hold it closer. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, so I'm
Rock star.
David. This is Efren, and we're here to talk to you about the importance of pre-planning for your death.
All righty. Okay, a show of hands, how many of you have even done any pre-planning for the death side of things? Okay, that's pretty good. Usually it's about 30% of the population that does that. So what we see on our side is families who do and families who don't. And I can't express how important it is to do this. There's a lot of questions to ask, like, did my family member have organ donation? Is it a burial or cremation? Where are the remains going to go? You know, are they going to be scattered or are they going to be buried? So just saw a lot of questions that the family has that doesn't get considered. So, for instance, can you guys tell me types of dispositions, like, for instance, a cremation? Are there any others that you guys know of? Yep, there's burial, right? What else is there?
Body donation.
Body donation.
Home burial.
Home burial, that's correct. Anything else?
I just read about something about water.
Yep, that would be the alkaline. Yep, that one, I think they have one in Colorado Springs. That's the closest one. Anything else?
How about green burial?
There are green burials. Those are becoming popular. There's also burials at sea, military burials. So you guys are really knowledgeable, so good job. So what was going to be a good fit for you? What's going to be something that you want? Okay? So those are types of dispositions. And then let's say if you are going to get cremated, but for some reason you didn't explain to your family what your wishes were, but they knew you wanted to be cremated. And there's families that get along, there's families that don't. So in this case, it has to go to next of kin, correct? So it always starts off with the spouse, would be the primary. Afterwards, adult children, not just children, but adult children. Parents, siblings, grandparents, then it goes off into aunts and uncles and then cousins. And if you can't find one of those, a really close friend. So make sure you know and have it written down who's going to be speaking for you. Correct? All right. Another thing that you need to consider is when to change your directive. So now that you have a directive, when do you change it? Any ideas? All right. All right. Divorce is one. So there's 6 Ds. Divorce is one. Okay. We did have a family come in. The husband had died, and the wife was still on his will. And so she could have changed everything. The family wanted cremation. She could have just flat out said, I want a burial, because it didn't get changed. But she was gracious enough that she signed it over so that the family could have closure. But sometimes divorce doesn't go that way. So the next D is a decade. So 10 years. You might do something now, but 10 years, you might change your mind. You might see something that fits you, that might intrigue you to do that. So you might want to revisit that in 10 years and kind of look at it and see if everything's up to date for you. The next one could be a diagnosis. Heaven forbid that you get something that's terminal. And you might want to revisit that and look at it and think, I don't have that much time. And therefore, you might want to say, I want to do this, I want to add this before it's too late. Okay? After that, you have decline. You might get told, hey, you're going to have an early set of Alzheimer's, dementia, and so while you still have your wits about you, you might want to change some things. Make sure it's solid, that it can't be changed. Next one is death. Okay? So your main person might be your spouse, it might be your kids, and something might happen where they pass away. Now there's no one to speak for you. So make sure you do revisit that. Okay? And the next one is distance. You might move somewhere. In which case, let's say you move from another place, like let's say Arizona, and I don't know for sure, but let's say common law marriage is approved there, and they're allowed to speak for you. Over here, it's not recognized, common law marriage. Once you pass, that does not stand. So make sure if you move, find out what the laws are, and make sure everything is still copacetic. Okay? All right. So anybody know any of the donor places that we use? Or not we use, but that we deal with? All right. For instance, the ones we deal with is Donor Alliance. Okay. Now, the way we work with them, if you are signed up with Donor Alliance, that's usually through like your driver's license. And what they normally do is they normally take eye tissue, skin grafts, your femurs, things of that nature, okay? And they usually replace it with kind of like a PVC pipe so that your leg could stay there if you're going to be viewed. So keep that in mind, okay? And a lot of times they come, a lot of times they don't. We live in a special hub where we have a Phoenix and a Denver and an Albuquerque and a Salt Lake. And we're like right in the middle of that. And that's usually where these donors are. And so a lot of times, what I hope families don't do, there's also a Science Care and a Tomorrow Link, and they take full body. They'll take you all together. And so if you're counting on that, if you say, I'm just going to relieve this burden for my family and donate myself to science, well, a lot of times, and it's a lot, where they will come to us and say, well, we're far out, we're not going to take them. And they just won't come. Now the family's left with their loved one and what to do. So make sure you do have a plan B. If you do donate yourself, make sure you do have a plan B if they don't want to come and get you. Because a lot of times they don't, because it's just too far out. You have a question?
Yeah, so I, for example, donated my body to Anschutz Medical.
Yep, that's another one.
So will y'all hold the body, and do you know transport companies?
Okay, so at that time, your body belongs to Anschutz. It belongs to whoever you donate it to. We don't get to play a part in that. So when we go pick up someone, it's like, oh, they are part of this, they're a part of Science Care. We're not allowed to pick you up because you don't belong to us, you belong to them. And they are to find a way to get you transported to where you need to be. That's how that goes. The only time we pick up someone is if it's with Donor Alliance, because they're going to stay with us regardless. So, yeah, so make sure that they do pick you up. You might want to call them and just ask, I live here, I live far out, will you pick me up? And sometimes they'll send someone really quick. It's 7-8 hour drive, and make sure they get there. Yeah, they'll come get you. We stopped doing it because when we would take people in, they wouldn't come, and now we're left with someone's loved one, and they're just there. And so we stopped doing that just because they would not come.
So even if they do come, if I were to die at home, I'd be hanging out at home until they got there?
At that point, you'd go to the coroner's office. Yeah, and the coroner would take you in.
And will they keep you until they come?
Mm-hmm. If they come, yep. Yes, ma'am.
In her case, would they come down and decide they didn't want her body? Can that happen?
That's a possibility.
They wouldn't come down and decide. They'd likely make a phone call and let whoever's got you in their care know that they're not coming. And then it'd be left to your loved one to make arrangements from there. So that then they would call us or whichever funeral home that you chose to handle things from there. But a lot of times it's just too far to come to successfully harvest what they need, or they're just unwilling to come because it's so far to come.
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, if you're got signed up for being a donor on your driver's license, if you have medical issues since then, are they still gonna?
Good question. So that's one of the major ones, and so a lot of times they just say no. If there's something wrong with you medically, they won't come. They'll give us a call and says, okay, we decided not to come. Okay.
I wondered about that.
Yes. But yeah. Any other questions on that? So I'm not opposing donation. I'm just saying just be aware the area we live in makes it difficult for them to do so. Other than that, I think it's great. Okay.
I have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
If you already have it on your driver's license, would it be a good idea to talk to your doctor and then have it taken off?
Not necessarily. You could be in a big city, in Denver, and something were to happen to you. At that point, oh yeah, they're going to take what they want, and because you're there. So in that case, you might want to say, yeah, I do want to keep it on there. But yeah, that's definitely up to you, for sure. Yes, sir?
As an aside, I guess, on the opposite end of that stick, my wife was in a persistent vegetative state, got sick, went into ER, they intubated her, put her on a vent, and she was a donor. They flew her into Denver. I opened up a can of Hall and drove, and because she was a donor, she got to see Anschutz. I got there expecting to sign paperwork, and she was up in ICU being treated for RSV. If she hadn't been, she would have died here on a vent. So it can work in strange and different ways as being a donor.
Yes, sir. That is correct. So it all depends on the call they make to us. We don't ever tell them what to do. They tell us what to do. So, absolutely. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Do you know of transportation companies that would come here and transport?
Yeah, we use the one out of Denver. It's called Superior Transport. We just had a gentleman who passed away, and you know, that night we called them to bring him back home here, and so they did. It all depends on their schedule too. So so just because we did call them, it took them 2 days to get down here. So yeah, there are transport companies, and like I said, we use Superior. You can look up some others on the internet if you'd like, but they're really good to us. And so yeah, there are those.
Just want to check if my understanding is correct. If you're in the hospital and you die and you are a donor, I don't know if our hospital is equipped to take out organs and transport them. But whatever hospital you're in or whatever facility does that, you're charged. You have to pay for the surgical.
As far as that, I'm not for sure. Normally, like let's say for Donor Alliance, if you're in the hospital, the Donor Alliance is notified by the hospital. The hospital doesn't touch you. The Donor Alliance people do. They bring in their people to get the donation. So the hospital doesn't
Do the surgical?
No, not at all.
They have to keep you alive on a ventilator until that's done.
No.
To keep your organs fresh? No?
Mm-mm. No, ma'am. That's why if you're in a big city, it'd be different. As soon as you die, they have teams up there that'll move super fast. Down here, we just don't have that. So yeah.
Is there a limit to the number? How long do they have, like if you do a body donation, how long do they have to transport you to Anschutz?
They don't like to do more than 24. Yeah.
Yeah, generally they'll decide right away whether they have the time and the staff and can come get you and have the need. We haven't held anybody for more than like 24 hours, and that's kind of why we got away from dealing with some of the other ones, is because they would wait a couple days to even decide, and ultimately they would figure out how far away we are and decide not to come and get you. And then your next of kin would say, well, she had this all figured out, and now it's not figured out, and they don't want to use your Tell Funeral Home for whatever reason, or they have another funeral home that they do want to use, and now we have their body, or your body, and we have to figure out with the other funeral home, you know, how to get you to them, and so that's the only reason that we don't work with them too much.
Okay, I know Anschutz has said they won't come, I think they do like within an hour or 100 miles, I forget it, Denver. So obviously I need to talk to them. And
Yep. Just see what they're willing to do for you.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I've got a question. My sister she dropped dead a couple of years ago, and due to the COVID vaccines, and they airlifted her from here, trying to keep her alive basically,
Well, that's news to me.
That was news to me, because I asked to have her body transferred up to hotels,
Okay.
and then she disappears for 4 months.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I've never heard of that. I wouldn't know where to go with that, to be honest with.
Talk to Andy Brock, our sheriff.
Andy Brock? And who did, was it with a certain donor? Do you know? Or was it?
I got the information a couple of weeks later that her, that they extracted from her eyes.
Right, they do that.
And that, I never got any information whatsoever. It took me forever to get a death certificate.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. I'll be glad to talk to him. Maybe he could tell me which donor that was.
I'll see if I can dig that up.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yes, ma'am?
What is a green burial?
Good, Jill. Green burial, and that's a good question. So, it's just, you're either in a shroud, like you're wrapped, or in a biodegradable casket. We do have those. But you have to make sure what cemetery to go to that will cooperate. The one in Mancos does. They allow green burials. Like our cemetery here, they require an outer enclosure to put the casket in, and a lot of other cemeteries do as well. So make sure your cemetery does allow green burials. If so, then we can accommodate that.
Are you embalmed that time?
You don't have to be.
Okay. But how soon after, if somebody passes, how soon would they be buried? I mean, they have to right away, wouldn't they?
Not necessarily. So when it comes to viewing, you can embalm. That will, if you wanted to do a viewing like within a week, that we hopefully don't go that far, but you're allowed to. But if you haven't been embalmed, time is working against you. Your body's already fighting against itself. It's going. So we would probably do like a private viewing, just a small group of people, so you could say goodbyes for sure. But yes.
So within 24 hours or something, you'd have to be buried, or?
20. What do you think, Dave?
So something has to happen within 24 hours. It's either refrigeration, embalming, or a burial. With the time constraints and getting arrangements made and all of that, burying somebody within 24 hours gets difficult because there's other families that we're serving at the same time. So that being said, if you're put into a climate-controlled environment, you don't have to be buried within 24 hours. You're still legal, you're still kept, and we can wait up to a week or so, but there won't be a viewing at that point if you're not embalmed. So embalming is a preservation thing to make somebody presentable and clean for everybody to see.
Yes, ma'am.
I had a nurse friend that was buried at our local cemetery in like a basket.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a green burial, and you have those
Yes.
at hotels?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
That was pretty cool. I kept being afraid that she might fall through it.
You and me both. They make me nervous.
Yeah.
There's something about a wicker basket and there's someone in it, and the pallbearers, I'm like, please, please don't, please don't.
Well, and just a comment that we're really sophisticated here in the United States, because I lived 20 years in Guatemala, and we had to buy, well, not me because I'm alive, but you had to have your own casket. And I, as a nurse, I cleaned and dressed and put bodies in caskets, and you had to do that within 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's different now, but that was how it was. And there was an old guy that worked at the church, and everybody was always borrowing his casket.
Oh, borrowing his casket.
Borrowing the casket and said, we'll replace it next week, but we need one right now.
Oh, mercy me.
That would never happen here, but.
Oh, no. Well, yes, ma'am?
My dad made his own casket, and he was in Arizona.
Yep.
And about, I don't know, quite a few years before he passed, and he had it sand lined and everything. But he made his own. He got the required specifications modifications and made his own?
You can do that. And we have people that do that a lot. Sometimes they're big and heavy, and I was like, just make sure you got some hefty men to be good pallbearers. But yeah, you can definitely make your own casket. We're not opposed to that, not at all. But you do bring up a good question on the culture, or not a question, but kind of a statement. Depending on your families, you know, if there's like little rifts or anything, they might say, well, we want this kind of burial because this is our culture or religion, and the other side might say something else. So also make sure with, you know, your end of life, who you want to have officiate, you know, what church or, you know, what kind of cultures. Like, I only want to be buried on a full moon, you know. Yeah, we'll make it happen. So for sure. So make sure that you do have that written down just as well. Okay. Anything else, question-wise?
Can you speak to the, when they were here at the SWEET meeting a while back, they talked, or Tels talked about how to pre-plan, like what insurance companies
Oh yeah,
they
absolutely.
deal with to, you know, get it set up.
Okay. For instance, you could do one with insurance and one without. And what do I mean with the without part? Let's say you do want to be cremated, and you can go in, you can sign your own authorization to cremate yourself. It'll have your name, a notary, and that part would be taken care of. But there's another part where we do have Homesteader's Life where that does follow you wherever you go if you happen to move, and that stays with you no matter what. In that case, that's our guy, Jeff Burge. He's the one that's licensed for that and to do pre-needs and pre-arrangements for you. Is that what you're wanting?
Yeah, I was, you know, we had, what's her face, the lady from State Farm.
Yes.
Talking about Katrina.
Katrina.
So what if we had an insurance policy with her to pay for our burial?
Yep,
How does that work
we
for
deal with
you?
State Farm all the time. So for instance, usually the family just hands over the policy to us, and we do all that work for them. We'll call them, we'll say, hey, we have one of your clients has passed away, we need to get this moving so that they can get their stuff paid for and get them paid as well. So yeah, we'll do all that legwork for you, for sure. And if you have like a cool envelope, like this is your envelope that your family will take in on your death, and it has all this necessary paperwork, yeah, we'll definitely do that for you.
Do you have plans that could be prepaid
Mm-hmm.
for some of this?
Like, oh, you mean prepaid for like merchandise?
Yeah, like if you wanted to get a plan so that when the time comes, your arrangements are already paid for.
No, we kind of got away from that. And I'll give you a for instance. We still have a couple of them left that were done probably about 20, 25 years ago, where the whole funeral came to around $955. And so, since inflation, yeah, and we have to honor it, we will. So we kind of got away from that. But you can still pay into it. I think if you're going to do a lump sum, that we start out at $3,000, and that will cover a cremation and everything, so your family doesn't have to worry. Yep. Anybody else? Yes, sir?
I went through that process last week, so I'm covered.
Oh, did Jeff, did he talk with you?
Yeah.
All right.
And I gave him a check, and I'm done.
You're done? So, and a lot of times people do it because they have kids that grow up to be waiters, and they're just waiting for you to die. And so they make sure that, like, that's all they're there for, and so they do it in such a way where they're taken care of. Because if they don't, the money's not going to be there, and so, yeah. So, yeah, do make sure that you guys get that straightened out as to what your wishes are. Cremations, burials, green burials, do I want to be scattered, and I always tell my wife, she always tells me that she wants it done this way, and I go, I don't care. And you're like, oh my gosh, how would you say that? Well, it's for my closure, not her closure. She's not there. My thing is, there's this beautiful place I like to sit at. It kind of looks over. And then my thought is I was going to get Colorado wildflowers that are approved, like a bunch of them, and just mix it with their ashes. And so on a spring day, if they're blooming, I get to go sit and talk with her. And that's how I want to do it. I don't like being in a cemetery and talking to the person next door. Like, I'm trying to talk to my wife here, and it kind of makes me feel weird, so I just want it out in the open. Yes, ma'am?
I just have a question about being scattered. What's the legalities of being scattered after you're cremated?
Well, let's say, for instance, you're in Disney World, right? They actually have a thing called code powder. That means someone's spreading ashes. So you can spread them anywhere. Just make sure that it's approved. I mean, state parks, no matter where, you can spread them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, not everywhere.
Not everywhere, but that's what I'm saying. Make sure you're not going to do it in your neighbor's yard because you like their flowers.
Or culturally,
Indeed. Yep. And native culture, very seldom do we cremate. It's usually on a special circumstance that they do, but very seldom, for sure. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am?
I just want to make a comment. Took for a long time for me to talk my father into making plans. But finally, when he did, he prepaid everything, and then he got dementia. So it was still casting all his insurance policies and stuff. But because that was there, that just made everything so much easier.
It does.
The money wasn't there, but that part was paid for and already set.
It brings such peace of mind. I've seen arrangements that last 5 minutes where the family comes in, their loved ones had their ducks in a row, and everything was just there. All they had to do was sign and then let us do the work. And it was that simple. That simple. But then you get the ones that don't, and you get this one daughter, and then I remember this, that she said, I remember talking to Mom and she wanted to be buried. But the two brothers like, no, we're doing cremations. Well, guess what? In Colorado law, it's either half or the majority. And so the brothers, yeah, they outnumbered her. She was cremated. But then the brothers got what they want, but the daughter, in a way, is hurt. And so, but if she would have expressed what it is she wanted, no matter what, everyone would have been fine. So make sure, because people do hurt, they get hurt. The families fight. There's a lot of animosity. It is a charged time. And people have what we call grief brain. And you're grieving and you can't think straight. And it's a thing. And so, yeah, definitely make sure. I mean, the whole before life, yeah, who's going to speak for me? But the after is just as important. Absolutely. Anybody else? Yes?
I know in California, you're not supposed to divide the ashes up once they're, they have to stay all together.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad was a golfer, and he hit a hole one on this Riviera hole, whatever it was. His buddies took a little bit of his ashes.
Good on them.
Out there early in the morning and spread them on the green.
Good on them.
But I thought that was great. So, but we weren't supposed to open this box and get any of the ashes out, but we did anyway. So I wondered, here in Colorado, can you divide up the ashes if you wanted to?
You can divide up the ashes. You could do whatever you like. We split you 50 ways to Sunday. It doesn't matter. Just whatever you want. Absolutely. And if your friends can sneak you on the greens. Well, thank you for your time, and thank you for your questions. All right, thank you.
Thank you guys very much
Absolutely.
for coming. I'll grab that mic off you.
Mm.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to
Thank
stop
you.
you there. Thank you guys very much for coming. Oh. All right. So we're going to move on to our next speaker, and then we'll do a short, really brief closing, and that will conclude today. So our next speaker is somebody near and dear to my heart. Her name is Tiffany Cross, and she is somebody here that works here at Hospice of Montezuma. We have all different types of services under one roof. So we have a skilled side, we have bereavement and social work side. Tiffany is going to speak to our skilled side of what we do here at Hospice of Montezuma. Tiffany lives in Dolores. She lives with her husband and her 2 small children. She's a great mother, and she is an asset to the community. She volunteers with the fire department and is a real asset to Hospice of Montezuma. So please give Tiffany a warm welcome.
The skilled side. I'm skilled.
The skilled side.
What is that?
And how we focus on,
What is this?
a microphone.
What? Do I need this then?
Yeah, so people in back can hear you.
I didn't even bring a thingy to go by. Hello, everybody. I'm a nurse, not a public speaker. This is not my realm. Not my favorite thing to do. Heidi seems to think I'm good at it, so she makes me do it. I've been with Hospice of Montezuma going on 5 years now. I feel like there's some of you that I know from where I worked previously. You do look really familiar. Oh, that's right. Okay. And then you had family, even though you work. Yeah, that's right. Even though I work for your daughter. I think I took care of one of your family members over there at Vista Mesa too. So I've been in healthcare my entire career. We'll just say that. I started when I was in high school and just kind of grew from there, got my nursing degree, and then when COVID hit, I left the nursing home or the facility because I couldn't do the lockdown. I thought it was wrong and just really alienating people, and I knew a lot of the people there wanted to be with family. They didn't care if they died seeing their family. They wanted to be with family. They didn't want to be alone. So I just decided that I needed a new line of work, and they happily accepted me here at Hospice of Montezuma. And I'm grateful because the company that I work for is really wonderful. They offer a lot of services to the community. Most of the services are free of charge, and the people here just really care about what they do. And that's an honor and a blessing to be able to call them my coworkers, Derek and Heidi and Jamie and the whole bunch that you guys haven't seen, although I think there's pictures back here that I'm standing in front of. So really great crew, lots and lots of experience. We focus mostly on comfort care measures, talking kind of on the nursing side because I don't know anything about support services. They're wonderful people and they do great work, but they do a lot of work that I don't know anything about. So nursing services, we provide 24/7 care. We have a nurse on call all night, on the weekends, holidays, at any time. And we offer, as the nursing staff going in, we are there to support the families and teach them how to be caregivers. We're not coming in to replace you as a caregiver necessarily, and I think that's kind of a misconception. People think, oh, we'll get them on hospice and there's care 24/7. We're available 24/7, but we're supporting you as a caregiver. So we're educating you when we're in the home, teaching you how to take care of your loved one and whatever unique needs they have, because everyone's different. We offer support with medications, bathing and dressing, like after showers. We have CNAs that are really wonderful and do a great job at what they do. So yeah, we just have a lot of different services. The nurses are very busy in the homes. Usually our visits last from anywhere from 30 minutes to sometimes 2 hours. And as people decline in their disease progression, we increase services usually towards the end, both support services as well as nursing services. Yeah, I don't know what else I'm supposed to talk about. Do you guys have questions about what we do? About the nursing side of things, or? No, you guys are a quiet bunch. Come on, I heard you guys asking those other guys all kinds of questions. Mine's not nearly as fun, is it? Yes.
Is there any mental or physical disability?
Like to get on hospice services?
Yeah.
That's a great question. So we are regulated by Medicare, and Medicare does say, you know, these are the guidelines that we are to follow for somebody to be accepted on hospice services. So not everyone can be accepted. We are looking at people with a life expectancy of 6 months or less, and they have to be certified by both a primary care physician as well as our medical director, and that's with review of their records. Sometimes when we have questions about if somebody's eligible or not, we usually send out a nurse to do a consult, and our medical director looks at those notes from the nurse to see if they qualify. And going forward, you know, we have what's called an IDT team, which is the entire crew of people that are working with these patients, as well as our medical director, meet once a week, and we review each patient's case. And that's how the medical director knows that they recertify. So there are certification periods. Hospice services, you can be on hospice for as long as you qualify. So sometimes we have people that get on because they've had a really significant decline, and then they get better, and they graduate, is what we call it, off of hospice services. There's no limitation to how many times you can be on hospice. So if you get on hospice and say you're leaving the service area to go attend a graduation or a wedding or something, then you just revoke from services. You can get back on it when you come home, as long as you continue to qualify for that. So the different types of diagnoses that we generally see are like COPD, congestive heart failure, dementia. I think we get people on sometimes with like sepsis or protein calorie malnutrition, cancer, any of those, let me see, ALS, I think HIV and AIDS, liver diseases, kidney diseases, all those qualify as long as they're, I mean, we look at kind of the entire chart for the medical record to see where they're at in their disease progression.
So it's mostly then something that's a progressive kind of an illness.
Usually. I mean, yeah. Sometimes we get patients that come on that have a new diagnosis, but it's a really severe one. We live in a really rural area, and I think that we have a lot of old farmers and people that kind of moved here to be out of the big cities, and so sometimes they don't like visiting their doctors on a regular basis. And so sometimes we don't see them until they're pretty far progressed in their disease. Yeah. We also, I mean, I should have mentioned this earlier, but our service area, you know, we service people in Egner, Colorado, Dove Creek, Toyoak, Cortez, Dolores, Mancos, and pretty much in between all of that. We service people in their homes, wherever they're at, no matter what their home is. So if you live in a camp trailer, we're coming to your camp trailer. If you live at a homeless shelter, we come to the homeless shelter. If you live in a facility, we come to the facility. So it's all individualized care.
Is there any income limitation or parameters for that?
No, ma'am. Nope. And you, as the patient, don't see a bill from us. We bill through Medicare, and we take all kinds of payer sources, insurance as well. I think we do VA. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not on the billing side of things, but Carol might watch this and be like, Tiffany. Even if somebody doesn't have a payer source, we don't decline services. So that's the wonderful thing about being a nonprofit hospice, that we're really community focused and oriented, and we're here for the betterment of our community, not really to make a profit.
So if a person is admitted to, say, Vista Grande, do you still go see him?
Absolutely. Yep.
And do you have CNAs or just RN?
We have RNs, CNAs, and we have a nurse practitioner as well. Yep. And we have 2 medical directors. We have a medical director and then a backup medical director, and I believe they might get me for saying this too, but I believe that she's accepting patients when they come on. So if somebody doesn't have a primary care provider, we would still have somebody to take care of them. Because sometimes with all the doctor changes around here, sometimes you lose your primary. And so if you were to come onto hospice services, you wouldn't have to worry about that.
I've got a question, Tiffany.
Yes.
So, if you are admitted to hospice care, does that mean that you cannot use your primary care physician anymore?
Thank you, Heidi. No, we allow patients to have the choice for their primary care provider. So you get to stay with your provider if you want to, so long as your provider will continue following you. So sometimes they kind of wash their hands because we use a lot of narcotics and opioids, and some of the primary care providers may not feel comfortable distributing certain dosages. And so sometimes we run into that where the provider says, you know, you're on hospice, let's let them take care of it. And then we would go to our medical director, but you have the choice. Ultimately, we let you guys, whoever is on hospice, choose. That opened up another thing I was going to talk about, and then I forgot. Oh, if somebody chooses hospice services, it does not mean that you cannot continue to go to your hair appointments. It does not mean that you can't go see your podiatrist. It doesn't mean that you can't see your primary care provider if you want to. Most of the time when people come on hospice, they decide, you know, I don't want to go to the provider anymore. I want to stay at home. I want to be comfortable. You take care of it. But some people say, no, I want to still go and see my provider. We don't stop you from doing that. You're allowed to do that. The only thing you can't do is you can't seek treatment for the diagnosis that you are using for hospice care. So if somebody is on hospice for cancer and they have an ingrown toenail, they can go to their doctor and have it taken care of. They can have treatment for the ingrown toenail. Does that make sense? But you can't go for the treatment of the cancer. Once you elect hospice care, you're kind of deciding at that point that you are ready for comfort measures only. Usually we ask that you sign a DNR, but some of our patients still are full codes, which is kind of contraindicated. You know, you're like, well, you're on hospice care, but you want to be a full code. Well, they're not quite ready to be a DNR status, but they need our support, and they qualify, so we bring them on and provide education.
Can you talk about the kit, I don't know what to call it, that you leave at a patient's house when you admit them?
Yes, ma'am. So we get what's called a comfort pack. I'm glad that you brought this up because it has somehow in the community gotten out as the death pack. Hospice comes in and they order a death pack, you know, and don't open the death pack. It's not a death pack. It's a comfort pack. And all that is it's a box containing a very small quantity of medications that we use on a common basis, like something that we use frequently. It's something that we have. So if we get called out in the middle of the night or we get called out on the weekend and we can't get a hold of a doctor, we have something that we can do for you. We can help keep you comfortable until we can get orders. So yes, it contains pretty common medications. It contains a small quantity of morphine. It contains a small quantity of lorazepam. There's some Haldol in it. There's a Tylenol suppository and a bisacodyl suppository. And there is, I think that's it actually. No, there is what's called Levocin, which is for people that get that death rattle at the end of life. It just kind of helps dries up those secretions. So most of the meds only come in like 5 tabs. There's only 5 tablets per comfort pack per medication. So there's not a lot in there, and it's not a death pack. So when you talk to your friends, let them know. We don't administer death packs. And something else that's common misconception with hospice is the use of morphine. I'm glad that you kind of brought up meds because I probably wouldn't have thought to talk about that. But you know, I think a lot of people coming into hospice are like, I don't want morphine. Do not bring morphine in my home. I'm not going to use morphine. It kills people. Morphine does not kill people, okay? Overuse of morphine can kill someone. Overuse of any drug can kill somebody. We use very small quantities to start, and we adjust that quantity to keep somebody comfortable. You know, of course, teaching about like the signs and symptoms of respiratory depression, because that's what opioids do, is they cause respiratory depression, which means our body says we don't really need to breathe as much when we're using an opioid. We watch for all of those things, and we educate the families on how to use them. So we're safe in our medication use. And the morphine is used for pain, anxiety, shortness of breath. It kind of has a multitude of uses. Anything else?
It's
focus on hospice, and they've decided to take advantage of Colorado's, I don't know what they call it, right to life or right to death law.
Yeah.
Will hospice support that?
That's an interesting question because we have had patients. It is kind of difficult in our area because none of our providers really want to do that. There's some sort of liability that comes with that, prescribing those large doses of medications that ultimately take someone's life. But we do have and have had patients, a number of patients enable that right. So if you find the right doctors, I think there's some in Durango that are willing to sign off. There's some in Denver that if you have doctors that were in Denver, if you had a cancer diagnosis or something that would sign off. We do support patient choices and rights. When using that medication, we cannot be present in the home. So when it comes to support at the very end, we cannot. Now, after somebody decides to take the medication and they've already passed on, they would still, normal procedure, call hospice. We would come out, pronounce them, and do our end of the deal, but we ask that you don't use it while we're in the home. So just because of ethical issues and different people's views on it, we don't want to put our staff in the middle of that. So we don't tell people they can't. We just ask that if they do it, when they decide to do the medication, use the medication, just not while our staff is present. And we do ask that people are honest with us because we have had patients in the past use it and we didn't know that they were planning on using it, and so it was kind of a shock. Because we usually know when somebody is getting ready to pass. You know, there's a lot of signs and symptoms that we watch for. And so when you're not expecting somebody to go and then they go and then they tell you, oh, well, they took their meds and decided to, well, it's good for us to know that they're deciding that. But yeah, in a way we support it, yes, and in a way we ask.
Another question, you just mentioned the typical thing that you do at the end. So what is that?
So generally speaking, when somebody passes, we ask that they call us. Sometimes people call us the second that they pass away, and sometimes they wait a little bit. They take some time, and that's okay. Ortel's kind of addressed that. It is a 24-hour thing, so we do ask that, you know, we get called within that 24-hour time frame because we have to get the funeral home there. Hospice will provide any end-of-life care, so it's if they pass and you want them dressed in a certain clothing, sometimes people are like, could they do that at the funeral home? I don't want to do it now. That's fine. Some people are like, yes, let's do it now. It's all based on what the patient and family wants at the end. So sometimes we bathe them after they pass and dress them, and sometimes they don't want us to do anything, and they say just call the funeral home and get them out of the house. So it really depends on the person.
But call you?
It would just, yes, they would call us. What happens is it prevents, you know, if you call 911 when somebody passes, they get the whole crew out there. So the whole street knows what's going on. They have the ambulance, they have the fire truck, they have the coroner, they have the whole mess. We're discreet. You call us. We are deputized coroners, so we are deputized under the Montezuma County coroner, as well as the other. So like San Miguel, we cover them. Dolores also, county. We go out and we do the pronunciation. We fill out the death forms. We dispose of medications, and then call the funeral home of choice, whichever that one might be. It's not always Ortel's. Sometimes we have funeral homes. I think we had one down in Bloomfield, New Mexico that came up to get somebody. We've had Montrose. I mean, just depends on who you're wanting to use. Yeah, of course. Any other questions? Heidi, were you saying something over there?
I started, but then you already went there.
Okay.
So we were on the same wavelength, Tim.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, a lot of information has been covered here today. We know. Hopefully that you all, hopefully everyone found something helpful from today and from the information that was presented by our speakers. I'm going to go ahead and at this time pass around the form that I was speaking of as far as the Let's Stay Connected, and then if there is any particular speaker that you would like to be further contacted by, if you want to go ahead and put their name down, I can get that information along to them. I'm going to let Derek take back over for just a minute to do another raffle, and we'll start our closing, but we're going to keep it pretty brief since it has been a long day and make sure to respect everyone's time. But I'll hand it over to Derek and he can do the drawing, and I'll start handing around the form here. That's the last one.
Okay.
The last lucky one.
All right, let's see here. All right, how about Susan? Susan, are you here? Did she have to leave? All right, we're going to someone else.
She's here.
Susan's here?
Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, was it Susan K?
Susan Ahrens, it looks like.
Aaron?
Oh, right here.
There we go. Well, you were asking me a question. You almost missed out on your gift
Wow.
card.
There you go.
Yeah, but you didn't say last name.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, thank you everyone for being here today.
All right.
Done with the
Anything
raffles?
yeah, anything that you wanted to
Yeah.
touch on before?
Final piece, just know that we're here to support you in any way. That's like why we are here working with Hospice of Montezuma. I know me personally, my day is made if I know that I've helped someone. So yeah, if you recognize that you have a need, someone in your family has a need, or a friend or neighbor, please send them our way, because I would love to help anyone that needs the support.
Excellent. All right, and kind of as I referenced before, we've covered a lot of material here today. We are going to go ahead. Mesa Media came in today, Mr. Jedediah Coy, and we will be posting this to our YouTube channel, and we will have that available on our website as well. So if there's any topic that you need to touch on again, or you need a refresher, feel free to take a look at and utilize those. So any questions that you have, definitely feel free to call our office, and we can work with you on any of those questions. Just in closing today, I would just like to say that Hospice of Montezuma has a mission in Montezuma and Dolores counties. And the mission is to help as many people as we can, and many families as we can. And Hospice of Montezuma was built for our community's benefit by our community. And without generous donations and support from people like you, our work wouldn't be possible. So thank you for coming today, and thank you for being aware that we exist. And if we can ever help yourself or anyone in your family, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you so much.
Thank you.